Oh hey, I didn't see you there. I was looking for aliens. But still haven't found any, unfortunately. Anyway, I think I'm going to be away for maybe a few days, mostly because my voice is not doing so well and I think I might have caught something, and or I'm just super tired. Either one of those is probably true. But yeah, honestly, my whole family is coughing and everyone around me is coughing and yeah, there's something going around. In the meanwhile though, I'm going to be posting a few compilation videos and a few videos that I haven't posted in a while on some of the major topics that we've discussed in the last few months. And in this video we're going to be discussing the Fermi Paradox, the potential existence of alien life out there, but also why we're not finding it anywhere, or where we could discover it one day in the future, including various simulations and various speculations. It is going to be a pretty long video, but that's basically the nature of these compilations. Enjoy it if you want, and otherwise, once my voice gets better, I'm going to come back and talk about some of the new discoveries as well. Anyway, stay wonderful, and I'll see you later. And yeah, as many of you requested, I'm trying a new microphone, but maybe not this one. Mostly because it's right in my face, and it's difficult to look for alien life that way. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing another proposition, explanation, and another theory when it comes to Fermi Paradox. The paradox of not detecting or seeing any advanced extraterrestrial intelligence anywhere out there. Because as of 2023, we still have not had any significant evidence, or actually even insignificant evidence, of anything super advanced anywhere out there. And so in today's video, we're going to be discussing one of the most recent propositions by one of the more iconic scientists when it comes to Fermi Paradox, that tries to explain some of these observations, or I guess lack of observations, with the theory itself known as Grabby aliens. A pretty unusual name, but I'm going to explain why it's called that in a few seconds. So first of all, this new idea is proposed by Robin Hanson, the same person who proposed the Great Filter back in 1998. You can learn a little bit more about this in the description below. And in his previous explanation, he essentially summarized the evolution of life and eventually intelligence as a kind of a step process involving several extremely difficult to overpass barriers that most life out there probably just does not pass. And he called these barriers the Great Filter. I mean, that's a very brief summary, but you can learn more about this in the description below. It's also to some extent based on previous propositions that we've discussed in one of the videos in the description that's sometimes referred to as the hart-tipler conjecture. The conjecture being that there are probably no aliens out there, because statistically they should be everywhere and we should be seeing them at all times, and some should have already arrived to planet Earth or even conquered the entire galaxy. At least that's what this statistics tells us. But since it hasn't happened, and since we don't see any signs of anything out there, the conjecture concludes that advanced civilizations probably do not exist. But there are obviously other conjectures or other propositions that also use statistics to propose the presence of aliens possibly everywhere. They should be ubiquitous and pretty much all over the place. Which brings us back to that original question of why are we not seeing anyone? And today most of the resolutions of Fermi Paradox kind of focus on three things. First resolution is of course, we are alone. There is nobody out there anywhere else. But if we're not alone, maybe we are one of the earliest species out there, which is why we're not seeing anyone. Or maybe we're just in such a weird location where none of these signals or none of the signs from other civilizations has actually reached us yet. In other words, wrong place, wrong time. And that's the main basis behind the Grabby aliens. The assumption here is that a lot of civilizations are most likely born in a very similar way to humanity, but some were born much sooner than others, with humanity in our location in the galaxy simply being one of the first and possibly one of the most advanced. But also proposing that you can actually divide aliens into two main types. Either quiet aliens, or kind of similar to what humanity is right now, not producing a lot of noise, not really creating a lot of fuss out there in a galaxy, and the loud aliens, which would do the opposite, creating a lot of technosignatures, possibly conquering a lot of worlds, and being exceptionally loud and exceptionally visible. And according to them, most aliens are probably quiet, either because they haven't really evolved enough, or because they choose to be quiet and have no reason to expand, or possibly for some other reasons. But once in a while, one of the species becomes loud, chooses to expand dramatically, becomes exceptionally advanced, possibly expands across the galaxy or even several galaxies, and in the process creates a lot of noise and a lot of technosignatures. And at some point in the future, some of these loud alien species should also reach planet Earth and, of course, become easily detectable from here as well. It's just they haven't yet. And so to try to answer some of these questions and to try to calculate when this might happen, the scientists behind this recent study made a few assumptions. For example, the assumption on how fast a species would need to expand and move across the galaxy in order to be at some point visible from everywhere else. There's also the assumption for what the scientists refer to as the birth power, or basically these great filters that the life has to overcome in order to at some point evolve advanced intelligence. And also birth constant, or basically the proportion of loud aliens to quiet aliens, which is of course the biggest assumption. At the moment, nobody really knows if other civilizations or even humanity at some point are going to become what the scientists refer to as loud. Are we ever going to reach the point where a lot of our activity can actually be seen and heard by someone on the other side of the galaxy? At the moment, everything we do on Earth is practically invisible even from the nearest star system. But here they did make an assumption that maybe once in a while, possibly 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in a million of these civilizations would eventually become loud and potentially create a lot of noise. And they also make several other assumptions, such as for example that right now is probably the better time to be some kind of life somewhere out there because the universe is a lot more quiet and a lot less active. And also that it takes possibly around 4 billion years for a typical advanced civilization to evolve on a typical planet. And that's of course another really big assumption. Although we do know that modern humans existed for approximately 200,000 years out of 4 billion years of evolutionary process. But it's only in the last 70 years that we actually became aware of various ways of communicating with potential intelligence out there. Nevertheless, here the scientists do assume that some civilizations probably had a bit of a head start. And some might have even advanced much farther than us and reached a completely new level. And so overall the assumption here is that the majority of advanced life forms are probably going to appear much later than today. And humans are very likely an early arrival, but quite unlikely to be the first. And so considering all of these assumptions and all of these propositions, what exactly do the scientists eventually calculate in their recent paper? Well, first, based on a lack of observation from our own galaxy, the statistical calculations suggest that maybe only 1 in 1 million galaxies today would contain a loud civilization. And more specifically, a Grabby loud civilization. Grabby in a sense that it would want to expand, become larger and larger over time, and eventually colonize the entire galaxy and possibly even beyond. And once those Grabby civilizations expand to a certain region, it's quite likely that they would actually not allow other advanced civilizations to evolve enough to be noticeable. Okay, once again, a pretty big assumption, but that's the assumption that's sort of being made here. Or just to rephrase this, the scientists suggest that there is a kind of a deadline to emerge as a complex civilization before your region of space gets taken over by a loud Grabby civilization. And at some point, they also suggest that the universe is going to be filled up with various volumes of space occupied entirely by that specific civilization. In this image you may see that it also forms a kind of a border. And here the scientists went a little bit further and even created a computer simulation demonstrating what all of this might sort of look like in real time, assuming that it actually does happen for the next few billions of years. And you'll notice that in approximately 10 billion years from now, pretty much everything becomes more or less occupied by someone somewhere out there. And at that point, no new space is available, and the entire visible sphere right here, with a diameter of about 22 billion light years, is essentially occupied by just 87 Grabby civilizations. And all of this obviously looks like some kind of a space video game, like Stellaris or something, where a lot of different civilizations fight for space. But the main point here is that this is what they got from the simulations and from the calculations based on those previous assumptions I explained in the beginning. So basically some civilizations appeared billions of years ago, many of them started a little bit later, only one in about 10,000 or even less than that becomes a loud Grabby civilization, essentially conquering the universe one galaxy at a time, and as they do so, they become extremely easily visible with a lot of signs of active technosignatures. What exactly happens to all those quiet civilizations that don't actually show any signs is not a question that's being tackled in this paper. They might become part of the empire, they might be ignored, or they might join the empire and become one of them. But I guess more interestingly, based on these parameters, if you look at the current universe, which is somewhere right around here, the assumption here is that at least half of the entire volume of the universe is already filled with various, potentially visible alien civilizations. We are not able to see them because we're not in the right place. with some of these circles that you're about to see here possibly being much bigger than the full moon if we were to somehow see them in the night skies, with each of them eventually controlling anywhere from 100,000 to possibly 30 million galaxies. That's a lot of galaxies. But the question here is, of course, when would we actually hear them or see them? Well, based on this model and based on all of these calculations, not anytime soon. It might actually take anywhere from 200 million to possibly 2 billion years for the nearest allowed civilization to be detectable by Earthlings. And by then we might even become one ourselves. But I guess more importantly, at the moment it looks like detecting any technosignatures according to this model would be practically impossible. So one of the conclusions from this paper is that SETI research might actually never find anything. But this study also suggests that it's quite likely that our galaxy might have never had these allowed civilizations and might never even have one. Which means that by the time planet Earth can no longer support life, there might still be nothing visible or audible from planet Earth. So definitely a somewhat intriguing proposition and something that is worth exploring. But there are obviously quite a lot of criticisms, and especially biased criticisms, that need to be addressed here as well. And so let's address just some of them. For example, just like with other Fermi Paradox propositions, the main weakness is the assumption of universal alien behavior. We kind of assume that everyone is going to act like humans, with the specific assumption being imperialism. We make an assumption that these allowed aliens would want to conquer the universe, or that half of the universe is already conquered. Now this might make sense if you're playing some kind of a space video game, such as, once again, Stellaris, where that is the main goal and that's how you get score. But realistically, even as humans, we don't always focus on conquest. For example, land grab usually only happens for specific reasons. Sometimes resources, sometimes religion, sometimes prestige. So a lot of the reasoning here is very anthropomorphic. It's very human-centered. And so here, trying to understand the motivation for different alien species to conquer the galaxy or the universe should not really be approached from a human lens. I think a better approach would be to maybe look at something more primitive, like, for example, ants. Ants tend to actually colonize and tend to expand dramatically, but here this is very often driven by resources. So these aliens would have to probably have resources that they need from other stars, or even other galaxies. What exactly those resources would be is not really a question that's tackled here, and it's not a question that we can answer either. For example, right now on Earth, I can't imagine what we might need as a resource from, for example, nearby Proxima Centauri. So the question of motivation is really important. But I guess that particular question could be answered if we made an assumption that these particular sentient species are no longer sentient, or basically they somehow lose their ability to think for themselves, once again kinda like ants, and instead become literally driven by colonization and expansion itself. In other words, there might be a species out there whose whole goal in life is to actually grow bigger. And these are definitely not the aliens we would want to meet because they would not want to communicate at all. As a matter of fact, it would be even difficult to call these aliens an advanced intelligence because in some sense they would maybe lose this intelligence as they would only want to propagate and grow larger. And at the moment this would make the most sense because if the alien species was still sentient and able to communicate, and eventually ended up colonizing several galaxies, there would be no practical way for these aliens to communicate with one another because of the speed of light limit. Okay, let me give you a clear example here. Imagine humans colonize the Andromeda galaxy, and imagine the humans now would want to communicate with the Andromedans. It would take roughly around 5 million years for us to get the signal back from them. Physically, there's really no way for us to communicate faster than light, and it actually breaks a lot of different paradoxes, so it's practically impossible. In these 5 million years, the evolution would create a completely new species. And so here, communicating between galaxies would actually make no sense whatsoever. Likewise, traveling to these destinations would also be practically impossible. And so a lot of these Grabby aliens would probably become pure replicators and completely lose intelligence and sentience. And if they do so, any civilization that forms within their vicinity, or any civilization that essentially forms after a certain point in the existence of the universe, is pretty much doomed. It's unlikely that they're going to develop into anything afterwards, because the replicators would very likely not allow it. But I guess the important part from this assumption is that they would also very unlikely want to communicate, because their main goal, their instinct, is to grow larger and to expand. So, an intriguing proposition, maybe a somewhat scary proposition, but based on the calculations, we have nothing to worry about for millions and millions of years. But also we're probably not going to find anything. But this is of course something that only relates to these allowed aliens. It tells us nothing about the quiet aliens that could exist right here in the Milky Way, that we're just not seeing or hearing, but that could actually communicate and maybe even want to communicate. Aliens like us that are developed enough to understand communication, but just don't really know where to start. And so there's still maybe a chance that someone is out there. But whether we actually ever find them is a question nobody can answer just yet. So at least for now, Fermi Paradox remains paradoxical. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the ideas behind the Fermi Paradox. And this is a series of videos I've been meaning to make for a pretty long time, but unfortunately never really got to it. And in this case we're actually going to discuss various ideas, several ideas as a matter of fact, and if the time permits, I'm going to try to release at least one part every single week. And so for the next few weeks you're going to be hearing more and more ideas, mostly research-based ideas, but also a little bit of opinions on what we believe about the Fermi Paradox and why exactly we still haven't really heard from anyone out there. Why, even today, there's really no strong evidence at all for the existence of any extraterrestrial intelligence anywhere out there. So, where is everyone, and why is nobody talking to us? Or why is nobody visiting? And in this video, we're going to focus on a little bit of history and also talk about one idea, one explanation, known as the zoo hypothesis. But I guess first let's establish what we mean by the Fermi Paradox in terms of the actual definition. Well, it's actually kind of simple to understand. It's the discrepancy between what's expected and what's observed. For example, the iconic Drake equation by the late Frank Drake, or really any other similar equation or similar principle, have always suggested that there should be at least a few advanced extraterrestrial civilizations somewhere in the vicinity within our galaxy. This was of course based on the ideas of knowing how many stars there are, how many stars might contain Earth-like planets, and how likely water might exist around those planets, and of course a few other factors as well. And so if similar conditions to Earth may lead to some complex life, by now we should have heard from someone, which was one of the questions asked by Enrico Fermi during a casual conversation in the summer of 1950 while talking to his fellow physicists responsible for the Manhattan Project. Apparently the scientists were discussing the idea of UFOs and aliens, and at some point Fermi said, "But where is everybody?" Which eventually led to this so-called Fermi Paradox. And so if planets similar to Earth can exist somewhere else, and if they can also acquire similar conditions, at least statistically, we expect similar results. Moreover, even if these civilizations have long gone extinct, and even if we can travel across space only at very slow velocities, once again statistically, at least some of these civilizations could have already traveled across the entire Milky Way for many millions of years. Which means that, at least in theory, some of these ancient civilizations should have visited Earth at some point, or maybe at least sent some of their probes. But once again, no evidence of any of this, no evidence of ancient aliens, any probes, no convincing evidence of anything ever happening. Lots of claims, lots of suggestions, but nothing convincing, nothing concrete. And that's of course where the scientists are still scratching their heads. Where is everybody after all? Okay, so what are some of the possible answers? So even though Fermi is technically attributed as the first person to ask this question, it was asked even before him. Not surprisingly, one of the first publications of this idea and this question was from the father of rocketry, Tsiolkovsky. He wrote a manuscript in 1933 where he mentioned that people generally deny the existence of intelligent beings on other planets. However, if such beings existed, they would have visited Earth, or at least given us a sign that they exist somewhere out there. But for some reason, we hear no such communication and see no aliens showing their presence. And so he proposed a solution known as the zoo hypothesis. Even though it's usually attributed to John Allen Bell, Tsiolkovsky proposed this over a decade prior. Although the actual name zoo hypothesis was coined by John Ball. And the idea is, of course, really simple. It suggests that humans are not yet ready for aliens to talk to us. Or basically, the alien life avoids communication with Earth because we're just not ready for it yet. They may be observing us, they may be looking at us how we're evolving over time, and they're trying to essentially allow for natural evolution that in theory could take us closer to being able to communicate with aliens themselves. Although potentially they also don't want to visit because there's a chance for some kind of an interplanetary infection or some kind of an interplanetary contamination that could endanger everyone. So basically they think we're too primitive or are just not ready for communication yet. We might have to cross some kind of a barrier in terms of technology or in terms of our ability to control ourselves before some sort of a civilization will finally make contact, announcing themselves to the world and potentially connecting us to every other species in the galaxy. Although in some more cynical explanations of this idea, we're not just the animals in a zoo, we're also basically lab rats. So certain scientists thought that maybe we're also being experimented on. Naturally, because this is something we do to animals as well. Either way, the suggestion here is that there is some kind of a zookeeper, or I guess a lab worker, that controls our access to communication with the rest of the galaxy. And well, yeah, that's pretty much the premise of Star Trek, and the guiding principle of Prime Directive. Lots of different super advanced civilizations, but all of them basically staying relatively quiet, allowing more primitive civilizations to evolve themselves and to acquire necessary concepts to then join some kind of a council. But right there, that's the main problem with this proposition and this idea. Council, or some kind of a guiding principle that's controlled by a major civilization in the entire galaxy, the zookeeper. And so the problem here is that everyone obeys the zookeeper, or everyone follows the lead of one individual civilization, potentially the first civilization, that requires these rules to be obeyed. But any rogue civilization that decides to go against the rules can actually undo everything all at once. And the chance of this happening within a few million years of the existence of humans is actually relatively high. So either there are very few civilizations in the entire galaxy, making the chance for these rogue civilizations to exist very low, or the zookeeper has a lot of power over everyone, potentially representing some kind of a galactic autocrat that nobody dares to disobey. But there are obviously some additional propositions here as well. For example, maybe the original civilization that established all of this is already long gone, and this has now become a kind of a tradition that everyone seems to follow. On the other hand, maybe the final step of evolution for all advanced civilizations is basically some kind of a super advanced AI or some kind of a super advanced robotic life that simply follows all of the commands without disobeying. Which of course means that the zookeeper in this case would be a super advanced artificial intelligence. Or maybe all civilizations eventually evolve very similar cultural standards and ultimately all agree to this idea of zoo hypothesis. They all agree not to interfere with lower civilizations. This will be kind of similar to what happens on Earth with convergent evolution, where for example we get different species evolving into crabs. This happened many times over millions and millions of years. The video about this is, by the way, in the description below. But once again, this assumes that everyone evolves the same, or everyone becomes the zookeeper of its own. Yet even in evolution or in cultural development, there are always exceptions. There should be exceptions here as well. At least one civilization should have already broken the rules by now, and should have already announced itself a long time ago. And so when it comes to the zoo hypothesis, a lot of things just don't add up. As a matter of fact, a lot of scientists believe that this idea is very speculative and seems to actually be based on our own biases, including theological biases or ideas of autocracy and control. But more importantly, it's an idea that's kind of untestable, which already makes it somewhat unscientific. It also makes a lot of very biased assumptions about ideals and goals of other civilizations if they exist, and more importantly, ignores the simple fact: the galaxy is really large, and the light travels at the limited speed. If there was some kind of a control imposed by a large civilization, it would be impossible to control the entire galaxy without someone at some point breaking the rules. And so unless separate civilizations across the entire galaxy were doing the same thing for some unknown reasons, it makes zoo hypothesis a little bit less likely than a lot of other propositions we're going to discuss later on. Or to be more specific, it makes the zoo hypothesis the least likely explanation to the Fermi Paradox we're going to be discussing in this series. But I still wanted to start with it because it was one of the first ever proposed. But on that note, that's pretty much it. We're going to be discussing other theories in the upcoming videos, so make sure to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye. Okay, something else I wanted to add before I finish this video. In the last few decades there were several detections of potential signals from extraterrestrial intelligence, with some even called little green men or LGM, because they could not be explained at that particular time. But with time and with further analysis, every single one of those signals was determined to be of natural cause, and moreover even led to some really incredible discoveries, like in this case right here. This was the first ever confirmation of an actual pulsar. LGM-1, Little Green Man 1, turned out to be the first pulsar ever discovered, with the most recent detection of a potential signal we've discussed in a video in the description being the one from the Chinese FAST telescope that was also at some point referred to as a potential alien signal that within just a few days was determined to be of earthly origins, or actually more likely orbital origins. And just to repeat myself, as of right now, there have been no confirmed scientific evidence of anyone ever talking to us in terms of radio signals, in terms of any kind of extraterrestrial communication, or anything that was definitively a source coming from a different civilization somewhere out there. And even though there are still some unexplained signals, none of them have ever been confirmed, some of them have never been seen again, or have given us enough evidence or knowledge that this was definitively coming from an alien source. But it's still worth exploring and still worth talking about. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about yet another potential solution to the Fermi Paradox. Where is everybody? Why is it that we're not hearing any alien civilizations out there? Is everyone just hiding? And why is there no scientific evidence for the existence of anyone else except for us? Decades of SETI search, decades of observations, decades of listening to radio signals, and decades of very thorough investigations, but no evidence whatsoever. And one of the potential explanations to this is what's known as the dark forest hypothesis. It used to be known as the hostile forest, but in 2007, the famous Chinese science fiction writer Xijin Liu expanded on this idea in his science fiction book, The Dark Forest. The idea that makes some fundamental assumptions. First assumption is that, well, everyone wants to live. Everyone is trying to survive. But because we don't really know what everyone else wants, the safest option for anyone is to actually either destroy everyone else before they can do the same to you, or to avoid making any noise, including radio emissions, in order to stay as quiet as possible. And this is obviously not the first time this was proposed. As a matter of fact, this was even proposed in some of the other science fiction books, including the famous science fiction novel The Forge of God by Greg Bear, where he actually describes it really elegantly. He compares humanity to a crying baby. A crying baby lost in a hostile forest. There once was an infant lost in the woods, crying its heart out, wondering why no one answered, but drawing down the wolves. And humans, we've been sitting in our tree chirping like foolish birds for over a century now, wondering why no other birds answered. And the answer was simple: the galactic skies are full of hawks. Planets that don't know how to keep quiet get eaten. And that's of course the main premise behind the dark forest hypothesis. From a more scientific perspective, it was actually described by David Brin, the American astronomer, back in 1983, with the potential argument being that previous civilizations might have faced extreme danger or even fatal danger when first contact occurred. And so maybe every civilization is just trying to keep quiet to avoid being destroyed. And to some extent this is a special case of what's known as game theory. In this case this would be an incomplete information game. A game where all of the players find themselves in the same situation of not having enough available information. But there's only one winning condition: you need to survive. And the only way for all civilizations to win this game, or for all players to win, is actually if they do absolutely nothing, if they make no noise, if they make no attempt to communicate, if they just try to live in complete and total silence. And so according to the game theory, it definitely makes sense. And it also might make sense from the historical or from the sociological perspective. Based on what we know about various empires on planet Earth, when they interacted with more complex or more dangerous empires, such as for example the Mayan Empire being destroyed by the Spanish. And so by using a kind of a similar analysis, the proponents of this hypothesis suggest that there are no radio signals and everyone is staying quiet because they're essentially afraid. Afraid of potentially aggressive, more advanced civilizations that might come for a visit. But because life tends to evolve everywhere and usually tries to get into every niche, finding new ways to survive, the only explanation here is that all complex life eventually becomes silent and paranoid, or otherwise gets completely destroyed. But all of these assumptions are extremely biased. All of this is basically based on sociology, game theory, and of course human history. We're kind of making an assumption that all civilizations evolve the same, they end up having very similar values and very similar needs, and eventually develop things like religion, greed, prestige, and the need for expansion. because those were the main values behind previous expansions into Americas, for example, and of course previous wars between various empires. And so even though it might make sense here on planet Earth when it comes to the human race, any kind of intelligent life out there might be completely different. Which is actually one of the main premises behind H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic horror mythos, where creatures like Cthulhu were supposed to be completely incomprehensible to humans. And more importantly, their goals, their ideology, their religion was pretty much impossible for humans to comprehend. And so making the assumption that thousands if not millions of different civilizations out there are going to have exactly the same needs, same fears, and are going to progress and evolve exactly the same is maybe a little bit too simplistic. It's based on our own biases. And more importantly, even a single example where a civilization starts to violate these rules, broadcasting various radio messages across the entire galaxy, would statistically suggest that there would be at least a handful of different signals out there that we should be hearing either way. From these civilizations that are basically breaking the rules or are just a little bit too curious for their own good. Well, actually kind of like us. At least 9 different messages have already been sent in the last few decades, such as the famous Arecibo message, sent back in 1974, which means that we already broke these rules. And it also means that statistically, there will be many other civilizations similar to us doing the same, and so we should still be hearing something. Because even if there is a dark forest out there, we expect at least a few of these curious civilizations that would still try to call out to everyone. Okay, well maybe they do call out and this is what happens afterwards. Well, even that part is still quite unlikely. Why is this happening? Why exactly would another civilization come to destroy someone else? For example, in the dark forest hypothesis, the proposition is because of resources, maybe because of some kind of a conquest, or some kind of a religious reason. Well, when it comes to religion, we're making a huge assumption that all civilizations out there are going to have religion or some kind of ideological perspective similar to humans. That's a really big assumption and it's a huge bias. If this is more resource driven, it's actually quite unlikely that a civilization out there would have exactly the same needs as humans when it comes to resources. It's very unlikely that Earth is going to have the same resource benefit as their original planet. The elemental composition of every planet is extremely different. And if they're just looking to conquer new land, there are much easier ways to do this as well. In other words, there's also a major question of reasons. Why? And so a lot of these assumptions from the dark forest hypothesis are extremely biased in terms of human beings. Moreover, a lot of these ideas, such as staying quiet and not making any noise to survive, is something that's a little bit more biased in certain cultures, such as early communist cultures. During the early years of the communist China, you actually wanted to stay quiet in order to stay alive. Standing out, making noise, or being a troublemaker meant that you were very likely imprisoned or even worse. And that's of course something that Liu grew up in and something he understood pretty well, which in my opinion is probably where his biases come from. His propositions are definitely interesting, but there are a lot of counter-arguments to this idea as well, even from the early empires that were not truly destroyed by the Spanish. Instead, like in many cases, there was a lot of transition, a lot of assimilation, and eventually a lot of trade and a lot of communication. And so for another species to go across the galaxy in order to basically eliminate someone, even from a human perspective, would not really make much sense. There might be some initial conflict, there might be even a war, but eventually there would be collaboration and cooperation. And that's actually an assumption based on sociology as well. Here we can assume that if aliens evolve like humans, they will eventually become altruistic and will want to collaborate. As a matter of fact, most of the modern research does suggest that human success really came from the ability to be altruistic and to collaborate, and not from competition and destruction. And so here we'd have to assume something similar about aliens as well. Not to mention that humans are also very curious, just like a lot of other animals on Earth, with curiosity often taking precedence over survival. And so many of these ideas from the dark forest hypothesis are just a little bit too biased, but more importantly, extremely difficult to prove or disprove, making this hypothesis a little bit less scientific than a lot of other ones. Because it's basically impossible to prove if there is really someone out there just simply hiding, not making any noise. There are just too many contradictions that would make this hypothesis a little bit more unlikely. But I guess as a side note, and also as a kind of an interesting tidbit, this idea of dark forest has always been in the human psyche, in our minds. For example, even during the early age of exploration and during the age of sailing, there was often this phrase, hic sunt dracones, here be dragons, very often displayed on maps where there were regions that were unknown to us. and so humans have always had this fear of uncharted regions and the fear of the unknown. Although the actual phrase was "here be lions," the only time that "here be dragons" was used, at least as far as I know, was on the Linux globe, currently located in the New York Public Library, that was created back in 1500s. But the other maps have always used "here be lions," just to suggest potential danger, potential unknown. And that's kind of the similar idea here as well. Here be dragons, so stay quiet. The Dark Forest hypothesis. But following the age of exploration, and having explored pretty much everything, first of all we know that there are no dragons out there, except for maybe Komodo dragons, and we've also discovered pretty much all the locations with lions. They only live in Africa. All of the other ones, from the Middle East for example, have been destroyed a long time ago. And so in that sense, I personally see the Dark Forest hypothesis as a kind of a new manifestation of that fear of the unknown. And as we get to explore more of the universe, and as we get to observe more stars, this idea will probably become a lot less likely, with other explanations becoming more likely. And we'll talk about those explanations in some of the future videos. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and oh look at that, it's that time again. It's time to talk about Fermi Paradox. The paradox of not seeing any intelligent life out there outside of planet Earth. Where is everybody, after all? Or the paradox of why is it that after years and years of talking about this, Anton still does not pronounce aliens correctly. In every Fermi Paradox video, approximately 10% of all of the comments are about how I should be pronouncing aliens. Nope, I like my way better. And in this video we're going to be focusing on a somewhat intriguing explanation that some scientists refer to as information panspermia. A really intriguing explanation that does not necessarily solve the Fermi Paradox, but does make some really intriguing propositions in regards to what extraterrestrial intelligence could be doing once they become advanced enough and once they learned how to communicate with everything else. But here it's important to start with a bit of a history and a somewhat brilliant Armenian scientist who most people don't know, but who's actually done quite a lot of work out there in a lot of different fields. This wonderful person by the name of Vahe Gurzadyan, a scientist who's done quite a lot of work on a lot of different ideas, including accretion disks around massive black holes, where he actually discovered quite a lot of things that we didn't know before, various stellar dynamics, where he even has a concept named after him, but more importantly, he's done quite a lot of work on cosmology and made a lot of propositions about the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, and at some point, based on these observations, started to theorize about the concept of information panspermia. Actually, before I talk about this, one more thing, because this guy has achieved quite a lot. Apparently he was one of the first people to identify the images of Halley's Comet on ancient coins, discovering some of the first images as portrayed by the ancients, while also applying a lot of astronomical concepts in helping archaeologists work out various timelines when it comes to ancient civilizations such as the 3rd dynasty of Ur. So definitely quite a prolific scientist that unfortunately most of us probably know very little about. But as he was studying all of this and as he was essentially studying the ancient civilizations, he started to ask a bunch of questions. For example, how would an advanced civilization try to maintain their legacy and not go extinct like some of the civilizations here on Earth? Or more importantly, how would some kind of a civilization try to preserve all life, especially if maybe the star system where they reside suddenly becomes unstable or becomes inhospitable to life? And relevant to all of this, he started exploring another concept, a mathematical concept referred to as Kolmogorov complexity. It actually applies more to computer science than to astronomy, but the idea here is kind of simple to understand. It refers to the amount of computational resources that are required to reproduce some kind of an object, in this case some kind of a program, by providing specific instructions. So let's just say I have some kind of a code, a program, that I want to recreate somewhere else. The example on Wikipedia kind of looks like this. Now, even though both of these contain 32 letters, the program on top is much easier to recreate than the one on the bottom, because here the instructions can be written as write AB 16 times, whereas the bottom program doesn't have any patterns, so all 38 characters have to be sent, and so the ABAB string has very low Kolmogorov complexity. It's much easier to recreate and does not require a lot of computational resources. And turns out, so is the DNA on planet Earth, not just human DNA, any DNA. Because of repeated patterns and because of relative ease of description when it comes to a typical genetic code, DNA does not contain high complexity when it comes to this principle. So technically you could send instructions from one location to another to recreate the exactly same genetic code. And so that brilliant scientist, Gurzadyan, argued that complexity of human genome allows it to be sent from one location to another without the use of too many resources. Actually, not so long ago, in the video in the description, we've discussed the recent updates in human genome, and the discovery does suggest that the human genome is really not as complicated as we originally thought, and so the information stored here should definitely be transferable even using modern resources. And he actually argued that the information of millions of species from planet Earth could be sent somewhere else using very specific algorithmic code that could then be reconstructed elsewhere, without the actual message being too complex or too difficult to understand. But in this case, we're only talking about communication using radio waves, and specifically instructions on how the typical molecule of DNA could be constructed somewhere else. In other words, this discussion is about some kind of a program, or some kind of a file, containing all of the genetic code from all life on planet Earth as a detailed set of specific instructions. And as this code is received, the instructions are read and the DNA is then reconstructed. Now his main point though is that we currently have enough technology and basically enough power produced by various observatories out there to be able to send all of this information without using too much energy. The actual data amount would not be too extreme and should be transmittable via radio waves. But the question is, who is it for? Well, so that's kind of where the argument ends, and that's where, I guess, speculation begins. Which is why this is known as information panspermia, or transferring life through information, and not necessarily a solution to Fermi Paradox. But we'll talk a little bit more about this in a few seconds. And so the main point here is that, well, there has to be someone on the other end collecting the data and then reconstructing the DNA. With the assumption being that maybe some kind of a civilization out there is going to send a bunch of probes to various locations, possibly self-replicating probes, that are then going to create necessary conditions to, I guess, 3D print or just print out a bunch of life exactly as it is in the original location. And these would be essentially automated factories whose main purpose is to create new life in a completely different location by receiving radio communication from the home planet, with their main purpose being waiting for those signals in order to begin the production of life. And so the Fermi Paradox part here is that, well, maybe these unusual probes exist everywhere, and maybe a bunch of alien life is already doing this to essentially reconstruct their own life elsewhere and to colonize other worlds. But that's a pretty big assumption. It assumes that these things are all over the place, and it also means that, well, at least according to Fermi Paradox, at least one of these must have made it to the solar system as well. But the question is, of course, so why are we not seeing any of them anywhere? Where are all of these alien motherships with their genetic printers? With one potential resolution, of course, being that, well, maybe life on Earth was created this way. But that's very far-fetched and has absolutely no evidence. As a matter of fact, the genetic analysis of life on Earth more or less disproves this almost right away. The genome here is way too complex to have been created by a single printer. And so maybe this is not really a solution to Fermi Paradox, as much as an explanation to how, possibly, panspermia might work for some of the more complex species. With the alternative and I guess somewhat sad explanation being that maybe a lot of civilizations reach a point where they basically send out these signals, hoping that someone out there will understand what it's for, and actually try to recreate their life in order to preserve it in another location. Or basically, all civilizations reach a point where in order to preserve their own existence, they send out these signals hoping that someone out there is going to be able to understand what it's for and reconstruct their life that might no longer exist on their own planet, for one reason or another. And by itself, that proposition is actually really intriguing. As a matter of fact, there might even be a way to test all of this by detecting various radio signals coming from other locations, specifically targeted as a kind of a short message with potentially some kind of a code in it, powerful enough to be intercepted by anyone anywhere, and containing some kind of a condensed code meant for an intelligent species out there to understand, to reconstruct, and to then build on their home planet. Now, if you've been following the channel long enough, you might be asking the natural next question. Anton, isn't that fast radio bursts? Can this be FRBs? Hundreds and possibly thousands of which we receive every day from every location in the universe. So, on the one hand, possibly. On the other hand, Probably not, mostly because so far none of them seem to contain any kind of a message or anything to suggest that they're artificial and not natural. But the night is still young. As a matter of fact, maybe some of them could be these signals. Signals from ancient civilizations hoping for someone to recreate their life. Which, by the way, makes both FRBs and information panspermia sort of kind of super intriguing. So intriguing, as a matter of fact, that the Nobel laureate Roger Penrose has discussed this with the Armenian scientists in regards to his idea of cyclic cosmology. There's actually a video about this somewhere in the description. Gurzadyan and Penrose, back in 2015, essentially pondered if it's possible for some kind of a super ancient civilization to not just send signals from one galaxy to another, but to actually send signals from the previous universe to this one. Or in other words, to send a direct radio message with all of this genetic information from the previous universe that ended to this one that's now going on. A kind of a cyclic cosmological information panspermia. A pretty complex concept, and also a concept that depends on the idea of the universe repeating over and over, and also obviously a very intriguing concept, but maybe not very scientific because you can't really prove or disprove any of this. And you can actually check out that video in the description to find out a little bit more about what I mean here. Despite being a cool sounding concept, there's just not enough proof, or really any proof, that the universe constantly has these big bangs, and that the universe is repeating and cyclical in nature. There is, however, quite a lot of proof that the universe must have started at some point, and will probably have some kind of an end. But the main point here is that this particular idea of information panspermia definitely intrigued a lot of brilliant scientists, and nerds like me. And in my case, I actually started to speculate about something a little bit different. I'm sure a lot of people have speculated about this as well. In theory, a civilization can even reach a point where they can basically learn to manipulate matter with a lot of very specific radio transmissions. So kind of similar to how we manipulate water molecules inside a typical microwave oven in order to heat up our food. And so by working out specific frequencies and the way to manipulate certain matter, maybe someone out there could just send very powerful, very specific directed signals to various locations out there that potentially contain planets with unique conditions, where all of these signals can then start manipulating matter in order to start forming those genetic components, eventually recreating similar genetic code and thus starting life elsewhere. Now in our case, we're still very far from being able to do any of this. As a matter of fact, one of the recent papers just talks about how we can kind of use microwaves to assist organic molecules in synthesis of certain elements, but that's not really direct manipulation, and definitely far from being able to create an actual genetic code on a completely different planet. But since we're speculating, I figured, why not? Maybe hundreds or thousands of years in the future, it might be possible, assuming that we continue our advances. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about, well, nothing really scientifically proven yet, but actual rumors from China that once again there might have been a detection of some sort of an unusual signal that, at least for now, in theory, could be coming from some kind of an extraterrestrial intelligence somewhere out there. A signal detected by the Chinese 500 meters aperture spherical radio telescope, also known as FAST, the world's most sensitive radio telescope, located in Guizhou, southwest China. A signal that could be coming from one of the known exoplanets somewhere out there. But, like in previous detections of very similar signals, which I'm going to mention in a few minutes, this is still an extremely preliminary detection. It has not been confirmed or actually even released to the public yet, and is literally based on the rumors going on Twitter, and specifically this tweet you can find in the description by the Global Times, the English language newspaper that's actually state affiliated and generally only publishes things that have been sort of approved. As in state approved, so basically they would not really be spreading rumors unless there was something going on here. And so what exactly do we know and what's most likely happening here? Let's start, I guess, with the facts. And honestly, there are not that many as of now. First of all, the chance that this is actually coming from some kind of a extraterrestrial intelligence currently is extremely slim. Mostly because this is not the first time such signals have been detected, and we've discussed this in many other videos before this. But assuming that this is coming from an extraterrestrial intelligence, it will probably take years and years of investigation to finally prove this. But at the moment, there's obviously no confirmation of any of this just yet. And it's also not just one signal that was found here. Allegedly, the original team discovered two different signals that was actually found in 2020, but the signals themselves were captured back in 2019. Moreover, this year they found another suspicious signal from observing different exoplanets, and specifically a known exoplanet in one of the star systems. Unfortunately, as of now, we have no idea which one it is, mostly because nothing has been reported yet. And at the moment, the main professor, Jiang Tongji, the chief scientist of the so-called China Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Group, part of the Beijing Normal University, specifically mentioned that these signals are a lot more likely to be some kind of interference coming from planet Earth, and a lot more confirmation is needed before any reports can be made official. Nevertheless, he did confirm that several narrowband unusual signals have been detected coming from various objects somewhere out there, and his team is now trying to figure out exactly where this could have possibly come from. And so in terms of the actual facts, well, that's pretty much all we know. But there are some speculations we can make about this, especially based on some of the historical signals, and we can also possibly figure things out by also analyzing the satellite dish itself and by what the government has been trying to implement in the last few years. So first of all, what exactly is this dish, and what makes it so extremely powerful? Well, this beautiful project was originally devised back in 1994, and it took nearly 2 decades before the construction actually started. But with everything completed in 2016, it took quite a few years of rigorous testing before it became fully operational. And there's really one feature that makes this particular telescope quite interesting. It has what's known as an active surface, where the dish itself is made out of approximately 4,500 individual triangular panels, which can then be moved around, shifting the focus of the entire telescope. Which also means that only a circle of approximately 300 meters in diameter is actually used for detecting and receiving signals. But because of this panel can be basically pointed in a lot of different directions and focus on many things in the night skies. And its active area is approximately twice as big as the area of the iconic Arecibo radio telescope that unfortunately is no longer operational. And in terms of the radio frequencies, it's able to detect 70 MHz to approximately 3 GHz, which allows it to focus on a lot of different types of objects in the night skies, including things made out of hydrogen gas, various types of pulsars, radio signals coming from various nebula, but also possibly coming from various magnetospheres of various planets. It's also able to detect certain types of molecules, but more importantly, one of its missions is to also try to detect possible signs of extraterrestrial intelligence somewhere out there. Which is why this particular division in Beijing Normal University exists to begin with. It's basically one of the main missions for this particular telescope. But this telescope is obviously not without problems, and not without certain controversies that have been already causing certain issues. First of all, during the initial construction prior to 2015, the engineers building the telescope realized that they needed to add quite a lot of shielding to try to suppress radio frequency interference. And in this case, these particular actuators had to be redesigned from scratch, and they haven't really been tested anywhere else prior to that. But according to the scientists in 2020, the actuators were preventing further interference. Nevertheless, because this is basically a completely brand new telescope, interference is currently the most likely explanation for what has been discovered in this case. And there's actually a really strong reason to believe that the radio interference from, for example, some kind of a smartphone somewhere out there could be the explanation here. The government officials responsible for building the telescope also realized that, well, you could maybe make some extra money by adding the tourism component to all of this. Essentially, they realized that because this is now the biggest radio telescope out there, well, maybe you could make some extra money by also bringing tourism into this. But because of this, a 5-kilometer zone near the telescope forbids any tourists from using mobile phones, or actually any other radio transmitting devices. But the question is it enforced? And that's of course a question we cannot answer right now. And so there are currently quite a few sources where this interference could have come from. And we know that the interference has been the explanation for a lot of previous signals very similar to this one. And the most famous story is actually from the observatory that's most likely going to be responsible for trying to confirm the observations from this Chinese telescope, the Australian Parkes Observatory, with the signals originally discovered back in 1998 and then continuously detected for at least 12 more years, currently being referred to as the peritons, named after an unusual mythological creature. But approximately a decade ago, it was discovered that these unusual signals were literally caused by someone accidentally opening the microwave oven a little bit too soon, basically without turning it off. And if something like this could be caused by a microwave oven, why not a smartphone, or some other radio device, possibly used by someone not so far away from the telescope? Then, less than a year ago, we also talked about the unusual detection of a strange signal coming from nearby Proxima Centauri. The signal that also seemed a little bit too strange and a little bit too artificial. But within just a few months, it was discovered that the signal in this case was also very likely coming from some sort of a satellite orbiting the planet, with many others detected very soon afterwards. And so in that sense, at the moment there are just way too many explanations for why it's very likely an interference and not a signal from an extraterrestrial intelligence. But nobody is discrediting their discovery, and a lot of scientists are actually super excited to possibly go through their data, and are definitely going to be trying to confirm or disprove this by using other radio telescopes such as the ones in the US, maybe the Green Bank Observatory, or the ones in Australia such as the Parkes Observatory. But being the first such detection and the first such announcement from China, officially, it kind of makes it sort of exciting. I'm super excited to see how they're going to spin this story, and what they're going to be talking about, or how they're going to be explaining this for the next few months. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and let's talk about aliens. Or non-existence of aliens. Okay, this is actually the next part for the ongoing series on the Fermi Paradox, the apparent non-existence of any extraterrestrial intelligence anywhere out there, at least as of 2023, and at least according to pretty much all modern research that involved some of the most powerful telescopes we have available and some of the most detailed analysis using a lot of different concepts and a lot of different assumptions. But despite what you might have heard from other YouTube channels or other media, we still actually haven't found anything, anywhere, and that actually includes simple bacterial life or simple life in general anywhere outside of planet Earth. And so in this video we're going to focus on the famous concept known as rare Earth hypothesis. The idea that maybe Earth is just super rare. Maybe we're the only life out there. But in order to understand all of this, we do have to discuss a little bit of history. And here I guess we can start in 1994 with the iconic Carl Sagan and Jill Tarter founding the now famous SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The program that for several decades have been optimistically searching for life using any means possible and trying to find it anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Various comets, various asteroids, various planets, and of course other galaxies. But it hasn't discovered anything definitive. No alien spaceships, no life on Mars, no advanced civilizations with Dyson spheres, and not even weird bacteria in some kind of an asteroid discovered on planet Earth. Nothing anywhere. Which sort of intensified the so-called Fermi Paradox even more. So not only where is everyone, but where is anything? Is there really nothing else out there? Now SETI scientists don't believe so, and actually a lot of astrobiologists believe some kind of primitive life must exist somewhere, but I'll actually encourage you to watch one of the previous videos in the description that actually even tackles that question with a little bit more skepticism. But anyway, so back in the year 2000, two other researchers, Peter Ward and Donald Brownlee, published this book that you see right here. Rare Earth: Why Complex Life is Uncommon in the Universe. And in essence, this was basically a verbalization of the idea that was sort of going around for a pretty long time in scientific circles. The idea that Earth is maybe unique, and very specific properties on Earth allowed complex life to arise, to flourish, and to become extremely common everywhere. But it's not something that's going to occur, possibly, anywhere else. Ironically, they decided to propose this idea because of that famous scene in Star Wars, where the Mos Eisley Cantina portrays various aliens as something that's extremely common and something that's across the entire galaxy. Here, recreated in Legos, mostly because Disney is pretty tough with their copyright, so I don't want to get in trouble. Anyway, this is actually one of my favorite Lego sets. And so their book, or their proposition, focuses on specific features that Earth has that make it extremely unique and make it a perfect place for complex life. But before we discuss this, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about something that was proposed by the famous Australian scientist Brendan Carter, who's actually also very famous for this. The first ever picture of a black hole created by anyone, which he actually created along with Jean-Pierre Luminet. And they did this back in 1979 on some of the first ever computers. And it actually took scientists decades to recreate this using modern technology. But anyway, Dr. Carter expanded on the idea of anthropic principle that was originally proposed by Robert Dicke in 1957. And this idea doesn't actually have anything to do with alien life or technology or extraterrestrials. It's just a general observation of our universe, specifically when you focus on things like various constants. Things like gravitational constant, things like Hubble constant, even things like pi. Why exactly are the constants the way they are? As if they've been fine-tuned for the emergence of life and the emergence of everything that we kind of take for granted. One good example here is actually so-called fine structure constant. We've discussed this in one of the older videos on the channel in the description below, but you can also find a real good explanation from PBS that goes through a lot of different examples of this particular constant. It's basically almost 1 over 137, and it seems to actually be found in a lot of different things in the universe, but it's extremely precise, or it has to be extremely precise for the universe to work. Had this number been a little bit off, we would not even have a nuclear reaction, or the electrons would not act the way they act. Had it been just a little bit stronger, for example, the sun would not even become the sun and remain as a kind of a gas cloud, with hydrogen not even fusing into anything. And so the strange observation that the universe is kind of finely tuned is now referred to as entropic principle. But the main question being, why though? Why are all of the physical laws in the universe perfectly assembled for basically organic life to exist on planet Earth? Now, this is more of a philosophical question rather than scientific, and a lot of religious people usually like to bring in God into this, but the thing is, even God would not explain anything here because we're talking about numbers that can be anything. And as a matter of fact, they probably are anything, just not here. And so a much better explanation that a lot of scientists start to accept is the idea of multiverse. The idea that there might be these multiple universes with slightly different constants and slightly different physics in them, which might have different things happening inside of them as well. And so even though we find ourselves in our universe with our own laws and our own constants, there might be others where things work differently, and thus maybe other types of life can exist as well. But once again, this is not particularly scientific, mostly because it's basically impossible to prove this, so this is kind of more philosophical or potentially even religious. As a matter of fact, it might be one of those questions we might never be able to answer, simply because there doesn't seem to be any way for us to collect evidence. And scientists generally don't like to go on faith alone. And because I'm getting old now, I'm one of those people as well. Unless you provide evidence, I don't actually believe it. But let's just assume for a second that maybe this is correct, and this is just one of many different universes with different conditions. And so it just so happens that our universe allowed our kind of life to exist. But the same life might not exist pretty much anywhere else in other universes. Well, this entropic principle can now actually be applied to much smaller scale, including that universe itself. It's quite possible that, just like with the universes, certain planets also acquire just the right conditions, just the right properties, to be perfect for complex organic life. But just like with those universes, the actual amount of properties or variations of properties is mind-bogglingly huge, possibly even more than the number of planets in the entire universe. And by that logic, Earth could be extremely rare. For example, liquid water should be possible anywhere, but in order to maintain water for billions of years and maintain these levels for a long time, preventing droughts or turning the planet into an ocean world, the planet, for example, has to have very specific minerals on the inside, such as in case of planet Earth, minerals like ringwoodite that I've described in one of the videos from a few years ago that should be in the description, that can only be created in specific conditions, specific pressures and temperatures, but then starts to possess properties where it can actually absorb a lot of water inside and release it very slowly over time. In some sense, acting as a kind of a sponge that constantly waters our planet. And that's just water. When you consider things like oxygen, you can obviously have a little bit of oxygen or a lot of oxygen, but in order to replenish it over time, you need to have plants and photosynthesis. That requires very specific conditions coming from the sun itself, and of course protection in the upper atmosphere, such as the ozone layer. As a matter of fact, it requires a lot of things. Even the light itself has to be in just the right frequencies, in just the right amounts. The vast majority of stars in our galaxy would not be able to provide the right conditions for any kind of photosynthesis to take place. Okay, actually that's not entirely true. Some stars, such as red dwarfs, might be good enough for very primitive bacterial life, but even that is still debatable because some of the experiments have been so far not very conclusive. Once again, more videos in the description. And so, rare earth hypothesis essentially proposes at least some factors which make our planet very unique. So let's actually go through some of these factors they mention in the idea. For example, the solar system has to have the right arrangement and just the right amount of planets, including gas giants, that would protect the inner planets from potential collisions. In this case, it needs to have a Jupiter. It also needs to have an orbit that's stable enough for billions of years. Obviously also being in the right part of the orbit to maintain hospitable conditions for life. The planet should also have a bit of a tilt in order to provide seasons which would not be too severe in order to not cause extinction events. And the planet itself has to be massive enough to maintain permanent atmosphere and allow liquid oceans. It also cannot be too close to the star in order to avoid being tidally locked, but also not far enough in order for water to exist. And the star cannot be too extreme either. It should provide just the right kinds of UV light in order to encourage ozone layer, but not extreme light that would destroy everything on the surface. There should also be a way for the oxygen to cycle and exist in just the right amounts. And the planet itself has to have a core that's able to generate magnetic field for the planetary protection. And in order to stabilize its axes, it also needs to have some kind of a large moon, which is, by the way, extremely rare. For example, if it wasn't for a large moon that we have, our planet would be similar to Mars that basically wobbles and spins around every few million years. That's not something you want for a planet with permanent life. And we need a way to circulate everything from the surface through some kind of a plate tectonic activity. This allows us to circulate carbon and also allows us to circulate everything in and out of atmosphere, in the process stabilizing the planet for billions of years. But even on the grander scale of things, it also matters where you are in a galaxy. We have to be located in just the right part of the galaxy where the elements are enriched in metals just enough to support life, but not too enriched where things become too dangerous. And more importantly, we want to be far away from extreme stars that might go supernova really quick, and maybe even in some kind of a region that's a little bit more mild, but not too far where things don't actually reach anything. So even here, things have to be basically perfect. For example, by being on the outskirts of the galaxy, these planets might never actually receive enough heavy elements to even have terrestrial planets. But by being inside the center of the galaxy, we're risking constant bombardment from various supernovae. So just need the right balance. And obviously, as the solar system traveled around the galaxy, it might have experienced some of these events already, specifically various supernovae or various cosmic events that could have caused the extinction before. For example, Earth experienced the snowball Earth at least twice, 2 billion years and 630 million years ago. And both of these extreme glaciation periods are still not entirely understood. But several explanations propose that it was maybe because of some kind of a cosmic event. The solar system might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so many of these factors that we find in the solar system and on planet Earth seem to be kind of extremely well attuned for the existence of complex life, even our Sun. Which is somewhat ironic because Carl Sagan and a lot of earlier astronomers have always said that the Sun was very unremarkable and was just one of many stars in a galaxy. But in the last few decades we've discovered almost the opposite. Our Sun is kind of strange. First of all, it's a G-type star, which are quite rare, and second of all, it's just mild. It's kind of boring. It doesn't do much, which is why Earth had a lot of stability for billions of years. There are some other videos in the description that actually talk about several other solar or sun-like stars we've discovered that seem to have very similar properties, but they're extremely rare. There's like 1 or 2 we've found so far. And so when you take all of these factors into consideration and add everything up, it actually does make Earth unusually rare compared to everything we've discovered so far. All of the conditions we have on the planet seem to be kind of perfectly aligned. Almost like that anthropic principle when it comes to universe. But once again, God is not a good explanation here either. Survivorship bias is. Because we exist here and because we are alive, by extension we kind of assume that this is something that's very common everywhere. But if you know anything about survivorship bias, that's not really how things work. There is actually quite a big chance that everything on Earth and the life on Earth is just extreme luck. Super luck. At least when it comes to complex life, because that's what authors of this book mostly focused on. They still believe bacterial life is possible, but even here, personally, I'm not even sure about that. There is a previous video on the rare earth hypothesis idea that I've discussed a few months ago that kind of explores why I think so in detail. But that's beside the point. Let's leave opinions for later. And so maybe microbes or very simple life could be possible, but for anything more complex, the requirements are just way too high. Which in essence answers the Fermi Paradox. We might be alone. But there are obviously some criticisms for this idea as well. For example, when it comes to plate tectonics that the authors of the book propose as something extremely rare, in the last few years the scientists discovered that this might not be the case. A different type of plate tectonics has already been discovered on Pluto, and even moons of Jupiter like Europa potentially contain them as well. Now these are ice-based plate tectonics, but it still shows that some things that they assume to be rare are actually a little bit more common. At the same time, it's also maybe questionable what sort of function gas giants actually serve in various star systems, including the solar system. Does Jupiter actually protect us, or is it potentially responsible for more colliders that would have never reached planet Earth? It's not something that we can answer just yet, but this idea has been questioned by various scientists. A lot of scientists also don't think that our definition of the habitable zone, that we usually define as the zone where liquid water and thus life can exist, may not be very good either. It's actually a little bit primitive and does not expand on everything. And more importantly, it does not allow for exotic life, life that's maybe not organic, but could still evolve to be very complex. And when it comes to intelligent life, well, we don't even have a good definition of intelligence. As became very apparent, I guess this year and last year, as everyone started to discuss the idea of artificial intelligence because of things like ChatGPT. We're pretty certain none of this is intelligent, yet we know we are. So the actual definition is still very murky. But I think the biggest criticism for the rare earth hypothesis is that, well, it's not really a hypothesis as much as it is just a description of things that led to life on planet Earth. In other words, it doesn't really make any predictions that can be proven, it doesn't propose any theories that can be tested, and the authors do not propose specific factors that created life. And so even though it's a pretty intriguing idea, it's more of a descriptive proposition rather than a scientific idea. But there might be a way to make it scientific by studying things like extremophiles. Bacteria here on planet Earth able to survive in extreme conditions that can then allow us to set various boundaries for the existence of life. But that's of course really far in the future, and nobody is doing that as far as I know. But this is exactly what the scientists working for SETI are kind of trying to figure out and trying to answer. They're trying to answer these questions that could be maybe seen as a little bit philosophical, somewhat psychological, and maybe even theological. Not necessarily scientific, but questions that, if answered, could lead to maybe some peace of mind. Are we alone? If so, why? Are we not alone? Then where is everybody? And since this is actually one of the primary missions for the James Webb Space Telescope, we have approximately 20 years to collect enough data to start making sense of some of these questions. Because Webb is able to see a lot of different emissions coming from various planets, and it's also really good at detecting atmospheric composition, it might help us answer questions about certain planets that we always believed to be Earth-like, and whether anyone is, for example, breathing anything there right now, releasing things like, for example, carbon dioxide. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll never find anything, and maybe we'll kind of remain alone. And in billions of years from now, these conditions that were perfect for life will no longer be available, pretty much ending the era of life. And as sad or as depressing as it might sound, it also is a kind of a self-reflection piece where we need to realize that what we have right now is also super important. Everything around you, everyone around you, is kind of precious. At least according to what we are not seeing out there. And that's the main lesson here. Maybe if we are alone, we need to kind of be grateful for what we have and appreciate things around us a little bit more. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and it's that time of the week again. Time for us to discuss yet another proposition in regards to the Fermi Paradox. Where is everybody? Why is it that despite years of search, and despite decades and decades of very active observation, no alien species anywhere out there has ever been definitively found? No extraterrestrial intelligence, no unusual megastructures, and no galactic empire trying to control everyone. The paradox that we've discussed in a lot of previous videos you can find in the description, and that's technically named after Enrico Fermi of the Manhattan Project, but in reality was also discussed by a lot of other scientists, including the iconic Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, the father of rocketry. And today we're going to be focusing on some of the explanations and propositions sometimes referred to as the hart-tipler conjecture, as well as discuss this relatively recent paper that you can find in the description that provides a bit of a counter-argument using black holes as potential sources of extremely powerful quantum computers, something that in theory we should be able to detect if this paper is correct. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty loaded topic. Black holes, aliens, and quantum computers. We're only missing two buzzwords, artificial intelligence and blockchain. Yeah, maybe next video. Anyway, on a more serious note, let's start with this conjecture that was proposed back in the 70s. And in this case, Hart's conjecture as it's known is relatively easy to understand, and I guess to some extent it's also relatively negative. It sort of suggests that the aliens most likely don't exist, because if they did exist, they would have already traveled across the galaxy, colonizing various stars, discovering planets like Earth a long time ago, leaving behind various colonies on a lot of different objects, with the colonization of the entire galaxy taking no more than 650,000 years. Even if the spaceships were traveling only at the 10th of the speed of light, with the maximum limit being about 2 million years, which in the process would leave a lot of different signs everywhere, including a lot of potential ruins, various robotic probes, and possibly even beacons still operating today. But due to the absence of scientific evidence for any of this, despite years and years of thorough research and occasional detection of signals that then turned out to be from planet Earth, he concluded that it's unlikely that aliens exist anywhere, at least in our galaxy. His idea was further expanded by Frank Tipler, this was just a few years later in 1980, who proposed that alien colonization would also very likely be assisted by some kind of a self-replicating robotic form, sometimes referred to as the von Neumann machines. And since no such machines or no signs of these machines have been found in the solar system, or I guess anywhere else for that matter, he also concluded that it's most likely aliens don't exist. Moreover, even suggesting that any kind of radio messages or any kind of SETI research was a complete waste of time and money, which unfortunately was also used as a political message to shut down some of these programs back in the 80s. And for me personally, even though I'm not sure where I stand on the alien thing, this was actually a huge issue. It's fine to make a scientific proposition that aliens might not exist, but calling this type of research a waste of time and money is definitely incorrect. The majority of this research still leads to some incredible discoveries with time, as we've learned from a lot of different discoveries in the last few years. Nevertheless, back then, in 1981, Senator William Proxmire ended up killing the funding for one of these SETI programs because of this argument made in their paper. As a matter of fact, this conjecture almost entirely killed the SETI effort. But, without getting too much into politics, I actually wanted to discuss what modern scientists believe about this particular conjecture and why to some extent it was extremely biased and somewhat incorrect. And so even though the aliens themselves might not be around, the explanations from the conjecture are not the reasons for that. And that's actually because of a general bias that this entire conjecture is based on. It sort of assumes that advanced civilizations are going to produce bigger, larger, and more advanced objects with time. And more specifically, very advanced technology that by now should be everywhere around the solar system and include things like self-replicating robots, but also various megastructures. So things like Dyson spheres, Dyson rings, or similar objects that we should be detecting all around us. But intriguingly, around the same time, or actually even a little bit before that, Carl Sagan had a very similar reasoning, although he didn't really conclude that the aliens don't exist because of this. Carl Sagan did speculate that, in some sense, aliens should be spreading across the galaxy, possibly encountering other aliens, and possibly even interacting with certain spacefaring civilizations. But when these civilizations meet together, it will be extremely difficult to predict what's going to happen. But more importantly, it's actually a little bit unreasonable to apply a sociological approach from planet Earth, to something that's entirely not human. Just because humans, in science fiction novels for example, dream of building these megastructures that potentially will provide us with unlimited energy, it's completely incorrect to assume that this is the ultimate goal for everyone, whoever might exist out there. And it's even incorrect to assume that other civilizations might want to expand or colonize the rest of the galaxy. Maybe that's just a human thing. As a matter of fact, even here on planet Earth, quite a lot of ancient cultures were pretty happy not going anywhere, not colonizing anything, just living where they were, and only moving to different locations when the conditions in their current location became too inhospitable. And so there's absolutely no reason to assume that alien civilizations might want to colonize anything, that they might want to create robots, that they might even want to interact with anyone, and thus use the absence of these aliens in the universe as the conclusion that they don't exist. Because for all we know, they could definitely be out there in a lot of different places. By the way, there is a video about this in the description below that expands on this a little bit more, but we just don't see them because they do completely different things, something that we cannot even imagine. And actually no one said it better than the iconic Stephen Jay Gould, an extremely intelligent evolutionary biologist responsible for changing our understanding of evolution of life on the planet. But in this case, he said something really simple. I must confess, I simply don't know how to react to such arguments. I have enough trouble predicting the plans and reactions of the people closest to me. I'm usually baffled by the thoughts and accomplishments of humans in different cultures. But I'll be damned if I can state with certainty what some extraterrestrial source of intelligence might do, which I think by itself presents a perfect counter-argument for this conjecture. There is absolutely no way we can imagine, understand, or predict the behavior or the thoughts, if they exist, of other species somewhere out there. And so just because we don't hear anything, and because we don't see anything, and because there are no megastructures or self-replicating robots running around, does not really mean that the aliens do not exist. They could exist, but just not do anything we can even imagine, like this unusual alien blob that for all we know could be intelligent life. Yeah, just to clarify, it's not though. This is definitely not life. This is just a video. But I mean, it could be, but it's not. But it could be. Nevertheless, based on this conjecture, we can definitely make certain conclusions. First conclusion is that it's unlikely that there are very old galactic civilizations with very similar behavior to humans that would want to colonize everything. In other words, the galactic empire probably does not exist. We can also make an assumption that if alien civilizations exist out there, their ultimate goal is completely different from what we can imagine. They probably don't go flying around spaceships, introducing themselves to everyone, and they're also unlikely to create these vast structures, megastructures, or even vast megacities visible from really far away, from hundreds of light years away from us. As a matter of fact, the so-called Kardashev scale that suggests that these civilizations eventually grow in size and start to consume even more energy, eventually becoming Type 3, where they can utilize the energy of the entire galaxy, are most likely not real. Some scientists have even suggested that it's possible that most civilizations do quite the opposite. They kind of miniaturize things and they become extremely efficient, with the main idea being really simple. Instead of creating super large structures, the level of advancement of a typical civilization is really measured by the amount of miniature stuff they can manipulate. In this case, things like molecules, atoms, and eventually subatomic particles. And once they reach these levels, it's unlikely that they would actually need to manipulate anything else on larger scales. Just like the discovery of the atomic energy transformed our society, the manipulation of even smaller particles can lead to even further advancements, potentially even providing unlimited energy that way. And based on modern understanding of physics, and specifically based on the Nobel Prize in Physics from 2022, it's really, at the moment, all about quantum physics. Trying to figure out the quantum reality and how the quantum world works, how it interacts with everything around us, and how it can potentially lead to completely new technologies, including new ways to communicate. And this is where we get to the next obvious explanation for why we don't hear anything. Maybe we're just listening to the completely outdated technology. Maybe nobody's actually using radio waves to communicate anywhere. And maybe once you reach a certain point where you can actually use the energy that we still don't even have, the idea of quantum communication and quantum computing becomes a reality, which is when we might start hearing things around us. And it just so happens that this recent paper kind of explores this a little bit further, with the premise here being pretty simple. These super advanced civilizations that might have achieved perfect ways of manipulating quantum world might want to rely on super powerful quantum computers. And the most ultimate quantum computer would be a black hole, at least for the scientists behind the study. And because of all of the recent advances in quantum physics and quantum computing, and all of the modern research that tries to understand this better, it wouldn't really be too far-fetched to assume that this is maybe the ultimate goal for a lot of advanced civilizations, at least when it comes to computing and when it comes to communication. But modern physics also tells us that in terms of storage of quantum information, black holes seem to be the best. And so when it comes to processing and storing quantum information, one might assume that advanced civilization would want to use something like this. But intriguingly, according to the scientists in this paper, these black holes would not be natural. They would actually be artificial, very likely smaller than a typical black hole, but also more energetic than the ones we see around us. Black holes that would be created through some kind of a process of particle collision, and that would then emit all sorts of photons and neutrinos through the process of Hawking radiation. You can learn a little bit more about this concept in one of the previous videos in the description. And so the scientists in this paper assume that these types of black holes would also produce a very specific type of high-energy neutrinos, detectable by facilities like the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory located in Antarctica. The facility that's technically able to detect even a single neutrino passing through the layers and layers of ice. And this is something that's been proven many times, with many of these detections then localized to a very specific location in the night skies. And once these neutrinos are found, by looking at certain types of photons, it might become possible to identify if this is actually one of these artificial black holes, / quantum computers. But naturally, this is a very hypothetical proposition, something that the scientists kind of thought of, something that made sense to them, but something that still does not explain anything about the Fermi Paradox or the non-existence of alien signals. Nevertheless, a very intriguing proposition that does involve a new potential type of a black hole that we've never considered. An artificial black hole, maybe created by an alien species, and possibly even used for other purposes, such as the Penrose process, the process that allows us to steal energy from the black hole, making these objects, technically, a source of unlimited energy. And intriguingly, this idea and this process, originally proposed by Roger Penrose, has officially been shown to be possible using analog black holes right here on Earth. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about, to some extent, Fermi Paradox, to other extent, yet another paradox from microbiology. And we're actually going to be exploring some ideas that have been personally bugging me for quite a long time. The ideas behind proteins, protein formation, protein structure, and how all of this kind of relates to the so-called rare earth hypothesis. And to some extent, a lot of this is going to be based on some of the modern research, but to be more exact, it's going to be based on a lot of misunderstanding, or our ignorance in terms of a lot of things when it comes to life. Now, if you've been on the channel long enough, and I'm talking about like really long, you know that some of the first videos were actually based on medicine, biology, and microbiology. And that's because that was my primary research and primary interest initially, and I was studying to be a doctor. I did kind of give up on it eventually, mostly because I realized it wasn't really my choice, it was more like my mom's choice. And, well, as you probably know, my mom passed away. After this I had a bit of a crisis, and ended up pursuing a lot of other things. But there were some really interesting things I've learned in microbiology and in basically biochemistry that I still cannot explain. Actually, I think nobody can explain them. For example, one that you can find in the description below is known as the Levinthal's paradox. A paradox originally proposed by Dr. Levinthal back in the 60s, although the original paper and the original proposition has already been lost. And I actually had to rely on the Wayback Machine to even discover at least one paper mentioning all of this, and kind of describing what he originally proposed and how it works. His ideas are related to what's known as rate of naturation, or, in other words, how various amino acids that are put in a very long chain then end up folding into a functioning protein. Now, it's a concept that doesn't really come to you right away, and it's actually kind of difficult to understand, but in a nutshell, we know that pretty much everything in our bodies is made out of amino acids. We usually call these chains of amino acids peptides or polypeptides, and they do form relatively long chains, anywhere from just a few amino acids up to hundreds or even thousands. And here we're talking about these macromolecules, these large molecules, connecting to one another in a very specific order. And since human body has approximately 20,000 different proteins that it's made out of, with each of them made out of a few hundred amino acids, but amino acids in a very specific order, to some extent you can think of these as Lego blocks that produce you and me. But that's a very simplified version of this, specifically because of that paradox I just mentioned. If you were to take each of those amino acids and if you were to put them in order, they're not really going to function yet, they're not going to turn into anything or produce any kind of function. They actually have to fold first. And so to be more exact, that primary protein structure then has to start folding into secondary structures and eventually start producing even more complex stuff. And this is where things get really complicated. This is actually one of the biggest mysteries and one of the biggest studies in modern biochemistry. The study that tries to predict what type of a shape a protein will form based on a specific sequence of amino acids. Now, in the past, the scientists used various scanning techniques and extremely complex scanning techniques to try to discover a shape of a known protein. For example, here's one of the most important, if not the most important, proteins on the planet. This is known as Rubisco. And this is the shape that it's going to assume if you put approximately 250 different amino acids in a certain order. In a nutshell, Rubisco is responsible for the photosynthesis in various photosynthetic life, and is essentially responsible for driving everything on the planet. If it wasn't for this, no life could create any energy on the planet, and there would be basically no life on the planet at all. This is actually believed to be the most common protein on planet Earth. But it took years and years of research to find out what shape the actual amino acids take, even though the scientists knew exactly what amino acids it contained. Or if we were to use Legos again as an example, all of these amino acids are basically like building blocks, and even though you connect them into some kind of a structure, they're not necessarily going to be producing anything functional yet until they fold into an actual shape. But how they form into this shape is a question that we currently cannot answer. But this particular paradox takes it a little bit further. The scientists behind this paradox realized that, well, if you were to take amino acids, each of them would have a very specific way in which the actual connection between these molecules can then start folding. In other words, if you were to take two Lego pieces, there is basically a limited way in which you can assemble them. But when it comes to relatively long chains of amino acids, each of them having just a few different ways of folding, ends up producing huge amounts of possible configurations. And we're not just talking about thousands or millions, we're talking about astronomical numbers. Actually, even the word astronomical here doesn't really do it justice. We're talking about numbers with like 300 zeros at the end. And so if you have all these chains of different amino acids and they start folding one after another, if they start trying all these combinations, at least in theory, even if they do this really fast, according to the paradox, it would actually take them longer than the age of the entire universe to fold just one single protein. Yet somehow the nature found a way to create this shape in just a few milliseconds, which means that this folding process has something really strange and mysterious about it, and we really don't understand how any of this works. We know that the folding can only happen in very specific conditions though, for example, extremely specific pH levels, specific temperature of 37 degrees Celsius, also specific light conditions sometimes, and even changing one condition will not produce this at all. But how the nature is able to fold all of this so quickly, without trying all of the combinations, is the premise of this particular paradox. Well, I guess we can actually take this particular thought experiment a little bit farther. Let's go back to Rubisco right here. So this protein has approximately 250 different amino acids on average. Some of them can be longer, some of them can be shorter. It actually depends on the type of Rubisco and the type of the organism. Now, knowing that each of these amino acids inside Rubisco has many different ways of folding and creating other shapes, one question that comes to mind here is, what's the chance that somewhere out there, somewhere in our galaxy, maybe another planet, or even somewhere in the universe, you would actually have exactly the same type of amino acids in the same order, folding in exactly the same way as this? In other words, what's the chance that we're going to find Rubisco somewhere else out there, forming completely by chance? And that's actually the question that's very difficult to answer because a lot of different factors come into play. But if we go back to that original paradox, the Levinthal's paradox, and we use some of the math from the paradox itself, we know that this protein is going to have roughly around 10 to the power of 300 different ways that it technically can fold by itself. Or basically it will have this many possible configurations based on the way those amino acids can then rearrange themselves. And this is a huge number, as I mentioned, astronomical. Actually, more than astronomical. Let's go back to astronomy to try to compare. Let's start with our own galaxy. So if we were to consider every planetary object in the galaxy, and we're not just talking about planets, we're talking about dwarf planets, various types of moons, a lot of possible objects where life can form, how many do you think there are out there in the galaxy? Just our galaxy itself. So just take a guess. How many do you think? Now, it's quite common to assume that it's going to be a big number, but not as big as you think. Based on the approximate number of stars in our galaxy, and based on the number of planets we believe exists per star, along with various planetary objects that are traveling between stars and are possibly moons as well, the scientists believe there might be approximately 10 to the power of 20 various planetary bodies located somewhere in our own galaxy, the Milky Way. And that's of course a number that has 20 zeros in it. This number has 300 zeros. It's an astronomically bigger number. Okay, let's take this a little bit farther. Let's assume we're talking about the entire observable universe, with all of the galaxies and all of the intergalactic space in it. Some of the recent studies predict that there might be about 2 trillion galaxies out there, with all of them potentially containing just as many planets on average, which means that the number might now be this, with this right here being one of the higher predicted numbers. 10 to the power of 33 potential planetary objects. We're talking about planets, moons, and so on. Objects where in theory, life could one day evolve and form chains of amino acids which could then start folding into a lot of other shapes, thus producing more complex life. And amino acids themselves, the tiny blocks, have been discovered in a lot of different objects out there, including asteroids, including various types of moons and so on. So that's not really the problem. The problem is, what's the chance that all of them will connect and then fold into a functioning shape similar to what we're made out of? What's the chance that they're actually going to produce some kind of a protein, like Rubisco right here, that then starts photosynthesis? And that right there is the mystery, that's the paradox. Because we have no idea how proteins form, and how they're able to form so quickly even though they should take trillions and trillions of years to form just one protein, this right here is one of the main reasons why it's actually kind of impossible to predict if life can exist out there. Mathematically, at least based on the idea of protein shapes, and based on this number I just showed you, if this is the number of planetary objects, and this is the number of potential ways a protein can fold before it can produce something functional, the chance of finding a protein like Rubisco elsewhere is ridiculously small. Yet somehow, proteins on planet Earth worked out the way to fold perfectly to create you and me, even though each of them has so many potential ways they can actually fold, and so many ways they can fold where they basically do absolutely nothing. But these two concepts, the folding of proteins and the potential discovery of life elsewhere in the galaxy, or actually the entire universe, in my opinion, are connected directly. We cannot really expect to find life out there if we can't figure out if life can even form out there. Maybe all of this was by chance, a tremendously small chance, and maybe all of this only happened here. But we have a chance to answer this question, and it's actually through trying to study how proteins form on the planet, and by trying to solve that particular Levinthal's paradox. Now the question is, how far are we? Did we actually get any closer to figuring out or predicting how proteins fold? Well, this is actually an intriguing topic, and it's one of the biggest topics and one of the biggest studies in computational biology as of today. Every 2 years there's a really important competition based on the idea of predicting protein structure. It's known as CASP, or Critical Assessment of Structure Prediction, and the last one was in 2020. The way it works is really simple. The scientists that have discovered a new protein whose structure they already know usually ask various computational teams that want to participate to try to predict the three-dimensional structure if they're only given the chain of amino acids. So basically here they're given the Lego blocks and they're asked to predict what sort of a shape it's going to produce. And up until a couple of years ago, the predictions were, I guess, kind of They weren't really super bad, but they definitely were not good either, usually 50-50. But then these guys came in. This is obviously that company now owned by Google, the company that became famous when their artificial intelligence known as AlphaGo was able to beat the Korean champion in Go, the game that sort of looks like this, that up until this point was impossible for any computer to beat. But using the same algorithm, they created something known as AlphaFold, an AI-based algorithm capable of using the database of 170,000 known structures to then try to predict the next structure for the next protein. And back in 2020, the last time the competition was held, it was able to do so very successfully 90% of the time. It essentially became the leader in predicting protein folding. But 90% is not 100%, and more importantly, at the moment nobody actually knows how exactly it does so. It seems to use certain correlations in predicting the potential shapes, which obviously means that it might be used in various medical fields, for example fields where misfolding proteins are often associated with various disorders, but it doesn't help us solve the mystery of how the proteins can fold so quickly in just a few milliseconds, even though they have 10 to the power of 300 possible combinations to do so at any time. Now, correctly predicting protein folds using AlphaFold is still going to be super helpful in producing various drugs, or obviously explaining various disorders or various conditions, and that's of course without even knowing how the folding process works, but it doesn't help us explain what's happening inside the proteins. It doesn't help us solve the paradox. It doesn't help us explain how life could potentially form elsewhere. Which kind of implies that until we figure out how AlphaFold does its thing and how it's able to predict all of the folding, especially if it becomes even more successful, reaching something closer to 100%, we're not unfortunately going to be able to solve any of this, and it's probably going to remain a mystery. So even though there might be some kind of a fundamental solution to how all of this happens and how the proteins then create everything, we basically right now have no idea how this works. But it seems to work well on our planet in the conditions that we have here, and so chances are if we do find a planet exactly like planet Earth, in theory we might find life there. But that's a really big theory, and that's of course based on a very simple understanding of what we see right now, which doesn't really take us closer to solving Fermi Paradox or even Levinthal's paradox, and at least in my opinion makes the rare Earth hypothesis even more likely. But we might come closer to all of these answers once we figure out how this works. How do they fold? What happens? Why is it that it only takes a few milliseconds? And how is AlphaFold able to do it as well? The answers to some of these questions might actually be right here. And by the way, the 15th competition was actually conducted in August of 2022, but we don't really have the answers yet. Chances are AlphaFold won again, but we don't really know by how much yet. And so I'm actually kind of excited to find out if maybe there are some more updates from AlphaFold team and if they actually got closer to understanding how the algorithm works. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the propositions behind the idea of search for extraterrestrial life. And specifically some of the new studies that even suggest on how we could maybe use the James Webb Telescope to look for potential extraterrestrial intelligence. With some other studies suggesting on how we could maybe even look for this across vast distances of space, proposing several techniques. And so let's discuss this in a little bit more detail, but let's start with the definition of what we're actually talking about. Here the idea is referred to as the technosignatures, or the signatures of various types of extraterrestrial technology that could be somehow visible and also detectable by looking at various features on those distant planets, with Dyson sphere being the best known potential technosignature. And so obviously by detecting a certain signature from one of the stars or one of the planets somewhere out there, it would maybe help us answer the famous Fermi Paradox: where is everybody? And in the last few years, a lot of different scientists, including NASA scientists, have made quite a lot of different propositions on how we could maybe look for these technosignatures using modern technology, with a lot of these ideas combined into a single paper that you can find in the description below, focusing specifically on various opinions and various ideas from various experts in the field, with different ideas looking for different signatures across different distances. And actually distance here is really important, mostly because it's obviously a lot easier to see if there is some kind of a star structure as opposed to a simple planetary structure or even planetary formation that could indicate alien technology. And all of this is of course for one simple reason. Even today there's still no clear understanding if first of all life is common across the universe, and if second of all intelligent life is common. So there's still no clear understanding if we're just very unique and very special living here on planet Earth, or if the other life is somewhere out there as well and we're just not seeing it yet. As a matter of fact, it's a very important question to answer because it will define our understanding of what's happening here on the planet. But in the last 30 years or so, it's actually become kind of difficult to study all of this, mostly because various telescopes, including the iconic Arecibo telescope, have actually stopped searching for extraterrestrial life or extraterrestrial intelligence. Although in the last few years, there have been a lot of new push from different agencies, including NASA and a lot of NASA scientists, trying to restart this particular program and trying to see if we can find something after all. Although, spoiler alert, the last paper from SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, that was conducted using the Murchison-Whitefield array in Australia, unfortunately discovered nothing on the frequencies of about 150 MHz. With this particular study being the fourth such attempt to find something, and in a different frequency. And in this case, it once again sort of confirms that, well, it doesn't seem like there are a lot of radio signals coming from anywhere in our galaxy, and that by itself is already a mystery. Why not? On top of this, there's obviously been a lot of talk about life, extraterrestrial life, a little bit closer to home, for example on Venus or on Mars. And it's already been suggested that we might be able to discover something a little bit sooner on, for example, Venus, specifically in the atmosphere of Venus. Now that by itself would be a big discovery, and it would definitely help us understand what's potentially happening on other objects. But discovering biological simple life is not really the same. However, there's also been suggestions from other scientists that, well, maybe we're going to be able to find something hiding in a solar system that was actually sent here thousands if not millions of years ago. For example, some sort of an ancient probe from one of the alien species that might have passed really close to our solar system a long time ago, and decided to place some kind of a probe just to scan the system to see if it was habitable enough. Now this is obviously one of the possible places we can look for these so-called technosignatures, but that's also something that we cannot do right now, mostly because we don't even know what we're looking for. Obviously things like machine learning or artificial intelligence can help us go through a lot of data and potentially discover something, but what exactly are we going to be looking for in the solar system? Maybe it's something that's composed of something very specific, or maybe it's something in a very specific orbit. But what? And so to try to help us with this, one of the studies you can find in the description sort of came up with a bit of a framework based on a concept known as the ichnoscale, which can be described as a kind of a footprint given away by a certain technosignature depending on the distance, with some technosignatures being a lot more visible than others. For example, here they propose that any major mega project should be actually visible even from across the galaxy, or maybe even in a neighboring galaxy. So if there is some kind of a Type 3 civilization building something extremely large, it would be relatively easy to find. Obviously, since we haven't really found anything yet, chances are it probably doesn't exist. Then we have things like Dyson spheres that should be detectable from roughly around 3,000 light years away from planet Earth, so most of the stars within that vicinity, if there are any Dyson spheres or Dyson rings around them, would most likely produce enough emissions for us to be able to see them with modern telescopes. But as of today, nothing has been definitively found yet. All of the previous detections did not have all of the necessary signatures, for example, the requirements for the infrared emissions that are expected from these unusual objects. On the other hand, if there is a planet somewhere out there that possesses what's known as the exoring, specifically something that's known as the Clark exobelt, and that's essentially when you have a lot of communication satellites in a very specific orbit, this also can be visible from approximately 3,000 light years away from us. But if this particular alien species uses something more discrete like lasers for communication, this can even be visible from hundreds of thousands of light years away from us, so some things could be detected much easier. Once again, so far nothing has been found. But then we also come to some other more exciting things like, for example, seeing the night lights, or in this case, city lights. This is something that could be maybe visible from about 30 light years away from us, but it would definitively tell us or show us that something out there is definitely different from other planets. The same kind of goes for relatively weak radio signals. If there's a planet somewhere out there that has a lot of radio emissions, a lot of, for example, TV shows of their own, we could only detect this from approximately 30 light years away from us. So unless these emissions are pointed directly at us, they're going to be extremely difficult to find at farther away distances. And then we have this other proposition that also connects to this other study. The study that connects all of this to the capabilities of James Webb Space Telescope. In theory, we should also be able to detect pollution, alien pollution. And in this paper, they even establish what kind of pollution would be easiest to detect and would definitively tell us that this is extraterrestrial intelligence and not something natural. So what is it? Well, first, you have to understand one thing. When we're looking at these stars and these planets, this is kind of what the scientists are going to be looking at. And somewhere in these pixels, an extremely minute change is going to indicate that there is very likely some sort of a planet here. And in that change, the scientists are going to have to look at the exact parameters of light that was detected, essentially looking at the wavelengths of light that came from this particular object. This will allow the scientists to actually, possibly, see through the atmosphere of this planet. So, for example, here, if we look at the planet in the TRAPPIST-1 system, right here at the edge of the planet, the star's light is passing through the atmosphere and is being absorbed or potentially changed in some way by the molecules in the atmosphere itself. That tiny detection is all the scientists are going to have and all they're going to be working with. And in this case, several different studies have already suggested what we could maybe see coming from these distant planets using the James Webb Telescope. So for example, if there is a sudden detection of what's known as the red edge, which refers to the sudden drop that you see right here around the color red, and is actually caused by the absorption of the light in this particular spectrum by something equivalent to chlorophyll. In this case, this would indicate that maybe there is some kind of a plant life or photosynthetic life on this particular planet, because that's exactly what we see from planet Earth, with this particular technique being used today to study the, for example, health of different forests or distribution of chlorophyll on our own planet. And so by detecting this edge elsewhere, it would be a pretty interesting sign that maybe there's life there as well. But that would obviously not be intelligent life, and so that's why the scientists recommend looking for pollutants or pollution in general. But the thing about pollution on Earth is that, well, some of it is naturally produced, or I mean, it kind of looks like pollution. So for example, obviously things like CO2 or even nitrogen oxide, which we generally consider to be pollutants, are also naturally produced by various events and various things on Earth. But there are some pollutants that cannot be naturally produced and have never been found in nature, with one pollutant being extremely interesting to science. The series of pollutants we refer to as CFCs, also known as chlorofluorocarbons. You might already know them because these are the pollutants that have created the so-called ozone hole. But they're also extremely powerful greenhouse gases, and so there's actually quite a big chance that if there is some kind of a extraterrestrial intelligence somewhere out there, it might be using these particular chemicals for their own use. And detecting them would be potentially possible with James Webb Telescope by looking at an extremely specific frequency. It would look very similar to that red edge I mentioned before, but would produce observations that would potentially look like this. with the wavelength resembling this right here for just one of these chlorofluorocarbons. And so detecting this around some kind of a distant planet would be an extremely interesting sign and would be very difficult to explain in a non-technological way. It would suggest to us that somewhere out there there's probably another alien species that is having same troubles with the pollution, potentially their own version of the ozone hole, or maybe they're using it for, well, basically warming up, because it's a greenhouse gas. But unfortunately in this case it would only work with dimmer stars, such as a typical red dwarf or M-type star. It would not work with stars like our Sun because they're just too bright, and it would most likely produce a lot of other observations that can sort of wash out a lot of data. And so by focusing on stars like the TRAPPIST-1 system that already has 7 confirmed planets, or even the nearby Proxima Centauri, we could maybe detect something there. But unfortunately when it comes to stars similar to our Sun, there is still no good proposition or good idea. But anyway, these are still extremely interesting studies, and once the James Webb Telescope becomes operational, it'll be very interesting to see what the scientists do discover. Although for now, I guess I'm going to still stick to my opinion that, well, it looks like we kind of might be sort of alone. It does look like there is just nothing going on around us and no one is trying to talk to us. And also maybe, just maybe, intelligence is extremely rare. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some new research in regards to objects known as rogue planets, sometimes also known as planemos, or free-floating planets. Objects that in real life might resemble something like this. And basically these are planets that used to exist around various star systems, but have since been kicked out for one reason or another. But most likely because of the interaction with other, more massive planets, for example planets like Jupiter or other gas giants. And in modern science, there's actually a prediction for a planet that used to exist in the solar system that was probably kicked out by Jupiter approximately 4.4 billion years ago. And that planet, if it's somewhere out there, is probably some kind of a gas giant as well, and it's probably just floating around like the object you see right here. One of the propositions suggests that these unusual planets don't just contain a lot of primordial organic material, potentially perfect for early life, but might also contain moons, similar to a typical gas giant like Jupiter and Saturn, and it's these moons that have a very high chance of maybe even maintaining excellent conditions for life to survive. With the second suggestion being a little bit more hypothetical. These types of planets and these types of moons might also provide an excellent way for various hypothetical extraterrestrial civilizations to hitch a ride and to travel across the entire galaxy pretty much for free in conditions that would be somewhat hospitable. And so let's discuss some of this new research in regards to rogue planets, and talk a little bit more about what it actually means for us, and talk a little bit more about some of the conclusions from all of these studies. But I guess first, what do we know about rogue planets as an actual astronomical object, as opposed to just being a hypothesis? Well, today there's quite a lot of proof that they do exist out there, and there are quite a lot of them, but they're just very difficult to see. They're normally referred to as free-floating planets, mostly because they don't actually have any star to be attached to, and they all seem to have been produced in the same way, kicked out from various star systems because of their gravitational interaction with something else. And for the most part, they all have been discovered by using infrared observations, such as from the previously operational WISE telescope, which also means that the James Webb Space Telescope is going to be able to find more of them in the next few years. For example, back in 2021, just over 100 of these objects has been officially identified in at least one region of the night skies, and so several hundred have already been proposed. You can find some of the candidates in the list in the description below. But for the most part, these are really massive objects, very often several times the mass of Jupiter, because that's essentially the only way we can see them. They do produce just a little bit of infrared light. Although some less massive objects have also been discovered by using what's known as gravitational lensing. But in the last few years, the scientists studying these objects wanted to figure out several things about them in regards to how potentially hospitable these can be to essentially liquid water and maybe even organic life. Can something survive around these planets, or at least around the moons orbiting them? And so one of the first papers on this subject investigated the idea of even having moons around these planets. If some kind of a gas giant like Jupiter kicks out these planets, would they still maintain their moons? And turns out that the answer is yes. Even if these objects leave the star system, including the solar system, the moons stay orbiting around them with maybe just a little bit of a deviation compared to the original orbit. And based on what we know from objects like Jupiter and Saturn, because of the orbital interactions, some moons can start to assume various properties, including a lot of heat. And so, for example, Jupiter's moon Io is the most volcanic moon in the solar system because of powerful tidal interactions between other moons and Jupiter itself. And if the orbit of the moon is not perfectly circular or just a little bit eccentric, it's going to experience even more tidal interactions and thus have a lot more heat coming from the inside. And that's kind of what's happening with Io. In theory, if this moon was slightly bigger and was able to maintain an atmosphere, it could technically be much warmer, potentially even host liquid water. Something similar happens around Saturn's Enceladus, and technically also happens around other Jupiter's moons, including Europa, that seems to possess a lot of tectonic activity because of all of these gravitational interactions. And so, assuming that one of these moons is also atmospheric or contains thick enough atmosphere, all of this internal heat can then start to accumulate in the atmosphere and thus result in somewhat permanent warm conditions on the entire surface of the object. Although you do need to have a somewhat thick heat-trapping atmosphere, most likely dominated by carbon dioxide. And in theory, this could actually lead to these super dark objects, practically no light here, yet still warm enough for actual liquid ocean on the surface. And even potentially have a lot of other habitable conditions needed for life to sustain itself for a very long time. At least that was the proposition initially, and so the scientists behind this recent study wanted to do a bit more number crunching and a lot more mathematical analysis to see if it's actually possible. And after 8,000 computer simulations, first of all they confirmed that indeed these planets maintain their moons, and second of all they confirmed that tidal effects would be able to last long enough to warm up these objects for hundreds of millions of years. In theory, even allowing some primitive life to evolve on these planets and to then create some kind of a primitive biosphere. And for moons whose atmospheric pressure would be similar to Earth, they could have these conditions for approximately 50 million years. But if the atmospheric pressure increases up to about 10 times of planet Earth, which has been predicted in other studies, the planet can suddenly maintain these conditions for 300 million years. Or even 1.6 billion years if the pressure is similar to Venus. And the thing about these objects is that because there's no star here, nothing can potentially strip the atmosphere from any of these planets or any of these moons. And so in theory, the pressure keeps accumulating, thus allowing these temperatures to exist for a very long time, and maybe even maintaining habitability for billions of years. But the way this energy is generated, which is tidal effects because of the orbital imperfections, is not permanent. Over time, the orbits would very likely circularize, and thus the overall heating production would decrease in time, which of course means that after billions of years, these moons would very likely reduce the overall temperature, and the water would probably freeze. But modern calculations suggest that there's actually a lot of these free-floating planets, possibly even more than actual stars, and so the chance for at least some of them to have these conditions technically is super high. With the study suggesting that simulations so far do imply these objects exist and some of them do have habitable conditions. Whether life can actually evolve there is a different question. We're not going to know for a very long time. But something else interesting has been proposed by another study. Something in regards to these objects, how many of them there are hypothetically out there, and the fact that some of them do have these habitable conditions. In theory, some of these unusual objects can potentially serve as free real estate for any civilization that wants to escape their own star. And that's of course assuming that there's some kind of an advanced civilization out there that one day realizes that there's really no way to travel faster than light. And so they realize that the only way to travel anywhere is to maybe hitch a ride. And just like us today, they realize that there seems to be a way to hitch a ride on a lot of planetary objects that have been kicked out from other stars that travel across the universe. Which of course means that the only spaceship you really have to create to even travel anywhere would be the spaceship able to reach these objects. And after that, the goal is to somehow survive on the surface of these objects, waiting for them to travel across the galaxy, reaching some other distant object that might be of interest to your particular civilization. And when it comes to galactic exploration, at the moment this actually makes the most sense. You have these objects that have a lot of resources on them, you have moons with a lot of resources, and maybe even conditions necessary for your life to survive. And most importantly, there's also probably some protection from external sources, things like magnetosphere or basic atmosphere. And so instead of developing some kind of a generation ship, a lot of advanced civilizations, in theory, could just use these rogue planets to travel across the entire galaxy for millions of years. And even this idea of generation ship today is not particularly feasible. The amount of potential failures on a large ship like this is way too high for an actual mission to survive. Yet by being on a rogue planet that's traveling across the galaxy, the chance for your survival is much higher. And since it's quite possible that a lot of these planets might even contain conditions not so different from the planet where this civilization evolved, at the moment this is not a very far-fetched idea. For example, based on various observations, we know that approximately every 50,000 years, at least one star passes pretty close to the solar system, within approximately 1 light year away, or within the Oort cloud. And statistically, this also means that quite a few of these rogue planets very likely move through this region as well, just as frequently, if not more. And so by detecting this object in advance, and by planning the mission way in advance as well, it's not impossible for some kind of a civilization to transfer just enough materials to survive here, and to then just maybe hibernate or even survive by adapting to new, very dark conditions. And because these objects provide quite a lot of resources, quite a lot of protection, and lots of space to live on, and also because they generally travel in a single direction, eventually encountering another star somewhere out there, it provides everything needed for survival. But you have to be able to survive on these objects for possibly millions of years. Because it's probably going to take millions of years before this planet reaches another star system that's good enough for this particular civilization to transfer to. And assuming a civilization that's advanced enough, for all we know, they could also maybe find a way to turn this planet into an actual ship. Maybe even developing a way to steer it around and to nudge it in certain directions. Although alternatively, a more advanced civilization could even pick a planet from their own star system and turn it into a rogue planet of its own. And they might want to do so if their star system is failing. And even here on Earth, some scientists propose that one day, if we become advanced enough, we could maybe use an object like Sedna that you see right here, by turning it into some kind of an escape ship billions of years in the future when the sun becomes a little bit too hot. Sedna was chosen mostly because it's really far away from the sun, and thus is much easier to separate from the entire solar system. Although technically, in the next 6 to 7 billion years, when the sun starts to lose a lot of its mass, at some point, Sedna might actually even separate from the solar system by itself, and thus become its own rogue object. So it is one of those objects that maybe one day, if there's anyone in the solar system, could be used as a kind of a transfer ship. And by doing this several times across different planets, it then becomes possible for this civilization to spread across larger parts of the galaxy, and do so many times in the future as well. But this is of course very hypothetical. Can we even prove this? Or can we ever detect these objects, or can we ever detect any of this happening? Well, like I said before, despite them being very dark, they still produce just a little bit of infrared radiation. And so if one day the scientists discover unusual infrared emissions that should not be there, coming from a distant rogue planet, or basically excess amount of infrared emissions, it might suggest something unusual happening here, including a potential technosignature. On the other hand, radio emissions from various artifacts located on this planet would also be a telltale sign. But at the moment, even the James Webb Space Telescope might actually have trouble detecting all of this, and especially detecting anomalies. It is nevertheless an exciting proposition, especially because of various recent discoveries, such as a planet discovered in 2020 that seems to be a rogue planet with the mass of planet Earth. Which of course implies that many of these objects do have a very high chance of having somewhat habitable conditions, and even having complex organic chemistry on the surface, despite being completely dark and lacking any starlight, which have even been suggested as a kind of a blessing. The lack of ultraviolet radiation will technically protect the very complex atmospheres around these unusual objects. Or at least that's what the scientists believe based on a lot of computer simulations and a lot of mathematical analysis. We don't actually have any physical proof just yet, other than detections of these objects from various surveys. And I mean, for all we know, these are super dark, super cold, and very inhospitable objects that have nothing on their surface. And even their moons could be extremely inhospitable as well. But because there are billions of these in existence in the Milky Way alone, the chance for at least one to be somewhat interesting and maybe even somewhat hospitable is of course still there. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing the mysterious signal known as BLC1, also known as Breakthrough Listen 1, because this was the signal detected last year that suggested an artificial signal, radio signal, coming from the nearby Proxima Centauri system, the signal that possessed all of the properties the scientists expect from some sort of artificial signal coming from another star system. Or in other words, there was a slight chance that it was actually aliens talking to us. But this was a very preliminary discovery, and a lot of scientists decided to err on the side of caution. So until now, nobody really knew what it was. And looks like, once again, it wasn't aliens. But nevertheless, it's important to talk about this just so we know what to look for next time. So first of all, let's do a bit of a background history. The original detection happened back in 2019 when the Australian Parkes Observatory was conducting its regular observations during the project known as Breakthrough Listen. The project, whose main purpose is to actually try to locate some sort of a alien civilization trying to communicate with us. And then in December of 2020, this is when the original report suggested that something unusual was detected coming from the region in the vicinity of Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to us that we know contains at least 2 planets. And so even though it wasn't really possible to detect the exact location where it came from, it seemed to suggest it possibly came from Proxima Centauri. Here's, by the way, what the signal sort of looked like, and interestingly, it also seemed to contain what's known as Doppler shift, which is the frequency shift caused by an object that's moving. And the frequency of the Doppler shift seemed to correlate with the motion of Proxima Centauri, which is why the scientists got so excited. And it also contained a lot of other so-called technosignatures. So for example, the frequency here was almost exactly 982 MHz. Although in the previous video that you should be able to find somewhere right there, I did explain that this frequency is often used in a lot of different devices here on planet Earth, which was kind of a hint that maybe this came from planet Earth after all. Nevertheless, there were quite a lot of other parameters that seemed to indicate that this could be a technosignature. So for example, it only appeared when the scientists were looking at the direction of Proxima Centauri and disappeared when the telescope was looking somewhere else. It also occupied an extremely narrow band. The actual frequency was way too specific to be a natural source. This by itself already required a further investigation. Then, on top of this, over the period of about 5 hours, the signal also drifted. In other words, it suggested this was probably not coming from the surface of the planet. It was coming from outside of the planet, so somewhere from outer space. And because this signal lasted for several hours, this was unlikely to be a typical aircraft or even a typical satellite. As a matter of fact, there were several discussions on Twitter suggesting that there was no known satellite in this particular location at that particular time. Unless I guess it was some sort of a secret satellite, which is always a possibility. But at the same time, there were still a lot of unanswered questions. For example, there were several flares detected around the same time coming from Proxima Centauri, so there was a suggestion that maybe this was related to the flares. At the same time, because of these flares, it's sort of to be believed that these planets are going to be extremely difficult to survive on, if not impossible. So at a distance of just over 4.2 light years away from us, even though this is a really exciting star system, it also is probably one of the most dangerous to live on. In other words, expecting life to survive on these planets at the moment is a bit of a stretch. Which is actually why Proxima Centauri, along with some other red dwarfs, are sometimes referred to as a flare star. They flare up so much that they release a tremendous amount of radiation. Nevertheless, it's the closest star, so this is probably the first object we'll ever get to visit, if we get to visit anything at all. At the same time, it's kind of important to understand how this particular signal was originally discovered. The original analysis actually revealed approximately 4 million different signals, radio signals, from the same region, with essentially almost all of them completely ruled out as just natural signals coming from some sort of a natural source. And that's just to give you an idea of how many different signals can be detected coming from different areas. So these signals are not rare at all, they're very, very common. But from these millions of signals, approximately 5,000 looked kind of promising. These were the signals the scientists then referred to as the events. But once these events were filtered out manually, only a few remained, with really only one of the signals making it through the entire analysis. In other words, this was the only signal that sort of appeared as a technosignature. Everything else ended up being either interference from planet Earth, or in some cases just something natural. And now, just under a year after the original announcement, and I guess about 2 years after the original discovery, the scientists have confirmed that this is once again not a technosignature and not actually a signal coming from Proxima Centauri at all, and is instead a type of a radio interference that they've managed to detect in a lot of other signals in a lot of other observations. And the way that the scientists discovered this is by going through a lot more data from the Parkes Observatory and by looking at a lot of other frequencies, discovering several other signals that look somewhat similar. As you can see, there's one very dim one right here, with dozens of similar lookalikes or signals that possess very similar properties discovered in this data. Okay, but I guess the question is, could they all be technosignatures coming from Proxima Centauri? Well, the answer seems to be no, because a lot of these signals were not actually coming from this region at all. They were determined to be coming from off-source. In other words, they were detected from other telescopes or from other directions. And more importantly, a lot of them had the same frequencies we usually use for radio communication in, for example, different satellites. And interestingly, the spacing between the frequencies here would actually consistent with a typical clock oscillator that's often used for different types of radio communication here on Earth. Which means that a lot of these other signals very likely came from Earth and not from some other planet somewhere out there. And this of course implies that BLC1 is very likely a similar signal in nature. It's just a radio interference signal produced by something earthly, not something from Proxima Centauri. But to be fair, currently there's really no one source that has been discovered that was responsible for BLC1. But the scientists in the paper do kind of make a prediction of what's possibly causing all of these. This is a phenomenon that's usually referred to as intermodulation, a phenomenon that often affects radio transmission, but it's also something that musicians are quite familiar with as well. You can learn more about intermodulation in the link in the description below, but in a nutshell, when the amplitude of several nearby frequencies is changed, it can occasionally start forming additional components that were actually not there to begin with. And so by mixing two different frequencies, these particular phenomena are often observed in a lot of radio communication. And so in this case, this could totally come from a satellite or possibly even nearby earthly source that was creating these intermodulation frequencies simply because of a certain interference in the amplifier that this radio communication device was using. And because so many of these lookalike signals, very similar to BLC1, were detected in this new data, it's only natural to assume that this is something that's really common, but something that we just didn't really know much about until now. And so, at the moment, it's almost definitively not a signal from Proxima Centauri. But I'm sure in some of the future studies, someone more familiar with how intermodulation works and someone more familiar with radio frequencies might even work out the exact source of this signal and find out what satellite or what device possibly caused this. At the moment, it's not really known, but BLC1 is still a really interesting signal, and it's a perfect case study for a lot of future detections that we're going to be making in the next few decades. And so even though we're obviously hoping to find some sort of a extraterrestrial species possibly sending radio signals to us, I guess at the moment it will be a little bit more exciting to actually discover where a lot of these lookalikes come from, which is of course really important to understand in order to avoid these mistakes in the future. But because of the advances in radio astronomy in the last few years, I'm sure we'll actually hear more about various signals and a lot of other unusual signals in the next few years as well. And so it's only a matter of time before a new video comes out that's going to be talking about some other unusual BLC2 signal. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing this very new study that just came out that seems to create even more mysteries for the so-called Fermi Paradox. The paradox of not really seeing any extraterrestrial superintelligence somewhere out there, traveling the galaxy, discovering and colonizing new planets, and forming these large complex societies that should be visible from very far away distances. Because if we ignore the media and if we actually look at some of the scientific analysis from, for example, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence community or a lot of other scientific papers, including this most recent paper that came out only a few months ago, which took a look at roughly around 60 million different star systems out there, we'll once again find ourselves in a situation that suggests no one is really talking to anyone else. There doesn't seem to be a lot of super complex civilizations producing a lot of different types of communication, and, well, for the most part, at least for now, we seem to be alone. And so that is the nutshell of the Fermi Paradox. But the most recent study that I'm discussing today, the one that as always you can find in the description below, goes a little bit further, because it sort of makes the paradox even more paradoxical. What this particular study investigated is the idea of the ability of alien species, a complex alien species, to propagate through a galaxy. And they've discovered that even using conservative values, a typical civilization that's already pretty complex should be able to spread through the galaxy, as you kind of see in this particular simulation, relatively easily. And they make a pretty strong argument and a pretty interesting analysis out of this. And so I figured this is a perfect opportunity to discuss this, and also to discuss some of the shortcomings of the study. But first, let's start right here. The visual representation of the famous Kardashev scale, created by the Soviet astronomer back in 1964. And according to the scale, there are 3 different levels of a typical civilization advancement. We have the Type 1 civilization, that's basically the planetary civilization that's able to use pretty much most of the energy from a typical planet. Then, once the limits of energy are reached, the civilization becomes Type 2 civilization and starts using the entire energy of the star system. At this point, it becomes what's known as the Type 2 civilization, and that's essentially where you usually find structures like the Dyson swarm or the Dyson ring or the Dyson sphere that allows the civilization to capture the energy of the star itself. And then, according to Kardashev, a civilization is going to reach the limit here as well and become a Type 3 civilization and will begin using the energy of the entire galaxy. And so that's kind of how he back then thought about it, and to some extent this scale is still even accepted today, especially when it comes to the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Okay, quick side note. I personally do not agree with this scale for one simple reason: bias, and also zeitgeist. Zeitgeist, if you've never heard this term before, refers to the idea of the spirit of time. Kardashev lived in the Soviet Union and he developed the scale in the 60s. This is when the country was growing bigger and bigger, it was building bigger and bigger projects, and it was also requiring more and more energy. It was quite natural back then to assume that it's going to sort of continue on the same scale, and at some point we're going to start using the energy of the planet, the energy of the solar system, and the energy of the galaxy. However, it's a very simplistic approach to how a civilization very likely advances. We cannot possibly predict or even understand how any of this happens. As a matter of fact, for the humanity at least, all of these advances are a very recent thing. We've lived without really developing almost at all for thousands of years and have only started to produce and also use these different types of energies in the last 100 years or so. But that's just as a quick side note. Let's move on. Let's go back to the scale, because in this paper the scientists focused on 2 types of civilization. A Type 2 civilization that then slowly becomes a Type 3 civilization. The kind of a civilization that should be visible from really far distances if we were to use some of the modern techniques in trying to locate various signals across the galaxy. And so in this paper, which I found to be extremely fascinating, these scientists took a very conservative approach. First of all, no warp drives, no faster than light travel. And also no wormholes, no travel of any kind that sort of violates our current understanding of science. Which, by the way, of course, is its own topic in some of the future videos on the channel, so make sure to subscribe. So if there's no wormholes and no faster than light travel, how are the ships going to be traveling? In their study, they limited the travel speed at approximately 10 km per second, or, well, basically roughly around the same speed we would expect a typical spacecraft to travel from, for example, planet Earth to some other planet like Jupiter. In other words, they really sort of focused on making this as realistic as possible. And because of this, naturally, traveling will take a very, very long time. But in this case, they limited the travel time as well. Every one of the ships in their simulation was only allowed to travel maximum distance of 10 light years. That's slightly more than double the distance to the nearest star to us, Proxima Centauri. And none of the ships here were allowed to travel for more than 300,000 years, because after that the ship was considered to be lost and the mission was considered to be failure. Although 300,000 years is actually still a pretty long time, we don't truly even know if any of our technology can survive that long. On top of this, the migration ships, or the civilization ships, were only launched every 10,000 years. And upon landing, no civilization was allowed to last more than 100 million years. And so in a nutshell, we have a lot of slow-moving civilization ships, what you would call a generation ship, trying to colonize as many stars as possible, with one very important addition to all of this. These ships, these civilization ships, would only be launched if the nearby star came close enough for the ship to reach the star in time. Because we don't have any faster-than-light travel or any wormholes here, the only way for these ships to reach another star system was if the star system actually came close enough to the parent star. Which is actually a concept I recently mentioned in another video you can check out somewhere right there. And so here we have this really interesting scenario. And the question is, how well will it go? Are these civilizations going to go extinct, or is the civilization going to spread across the entire galaxy? And so here's what we have. We have the initial place right there, sort of similar to where our sun is located, and as these stars move around the galaxy, and as one planet after another gets settled, at some point this becomes an exponential growth, and then within only a few million years, the entire central region of the galaxy is actually going to be extremely overpopulated, which by itself made this an extremely interesting discovery. Watch how fast all of this happens. The entire central region basically becomes full of these very interesting civilizations, all of them stemming from a single origin, and all of them very likely possessing the technology to communicate and to transfer signals and to very likely hear each other. But, as you saw from the previous study I showed you in the beginning, this is not the case for the Milky Way galaxy at all. As a matter of fact, no one seems to be calling back home, and no one seems to be sending any signals. Although, okay, not everyone. Do check out the study video about the signal we might have received from Proxima Centauri. But that's something we'll discuss in another video because there have been some updates. Anyway, so this is definitely not happening in the Milky Way, at least not right now. But it is a very interesting discovery, and especially interesting because of the way that the civilizations use the technologies available to us right now to spread across the galaxy. Now, naturally, we don't have any generation ships yet, and we're not really going to have a star next to us for another 2 million years. But if we wait long enough, the stars will actually come close enough. And one of the more important discoveries here is that, because generally speaking the distances between stars in the center of the galaxy are much closer, and because there are more chances for a lot of stars to come close to one another, that's really why the central region here becomes so overpopulated so quickly. And so this study does suggest that we should be looking inside the centers of galaxies if we want to one day discover some advanced civilization somewhere out there. Although this does kind of go against some of the other studies that suggest that the center of a galaxy is typically a very dangerous place because of constant supernova and constant emissions from the central black hole that produces a lot of energy that can actually strip the planet of any life. On top of this, some of the shortcomings from the study are, well, the fact that they kind of believe a civilization can survive for 100 million years. Remember, the human civilization as we know it is at best a few thousand years old, although technically speaking the information age has only started less than 100 years ago. And so the assumption here is that we can survive long enough for a nearby star to get close enough to us so we can kind of jump onto it. But that is a pretty big assumption. Nevertheless, mathematically at least, this does present us with a very interesting model on how a civilization can hypothetically migrate through the entire galaxy and where we can potentially find a successful civilization somewhere out there. With the biggest predictor in this case being the star density. The more stars there are in the region, the more likely the civilization is going to be able to hop from one place to another. Furthermore, what makes this simulation particularly exciting is that this whole process here only took approximately 1 billion years. And remember, the universe is about 13.7 billion years old, and the peak of star formation and also the peak of formation of planets similar to planet Earth was very likely billions of years ago, so the chance that these existed sometime in the past is actually still there. We're just not sure if they still exist today. But I still like the approach they took in this study, with the idea behind colonization and civilization expansion being slow and steady wins the race. Instead of racing for a new star and instead of creating technology that allows us to travel faster than light, which might actually not even exist, in this case, this advanced alien civilization simply just waits long enough and then jumps onto the nearest star. But if something like this happened in the history of our own galaxy, there's a big chance now that a lot of different planets in the center of our galaxy are just filled with ancient ruins of various civilizations. It might have even happened more than once. At least according to this model and according to the simulations established by these scientists. Although it still doesn't change the fact that after observing many of these stars in the center of the Milky Way for many years now, the scientists still have not seen or heard anything. And so the Fermi Paradox is more paradoxical than ever before. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're discussing everyone's favorite topic, Dyson spheres and megastructures. Or I guess it's my favorite topic when it comes to various potential alien civilizations and how we can one day maybe detect them. And specifically, we're focusing on this new paper that might have discovered a completely new way of discovering these alien megastructures, and thus potentially discovering some sort of an advanced alien civilization by looking at how the star should in theory transform if a megastructure is built around it. And the study itself, as always, can be found in the description below, with some of the major discoveries here suggesting that these unusual megastructures actually have a very interesting potential to completely transform a star, even making it live much longer. So let's discuss this in a little bit more detail, starting of course with a brief overview and a little bit of history. As you might already know, the idea of Dyson spheres was a kind of a thought experiment of this wonderful person, Freeman Dyson, a theoretical physicist who unfortunately passed away last year. With the thought experiment itself essentially suggesting that, in theory, to basically get as much energy as possible, some sort of an advanced civilization would probably use the entire star by capturing the energy from the star and do so by basically wrapping something around the star itself. In essence, producing something that's maybe similar to what you see right here. This would be an example of what's known as the Dyson ring, sometimes also referred to as a Dyson swarm. But in order to optimize the capture of energy, you would obviously want to produce some sort of a Dyson sphere. And his thought experiment led him to believe that these particular spheres would then emit a very specific type of infrared radiation simply based on the absorption and emission of energy, and this type of infrared radiation should be detectable by some of the modern telescopes. Although later on, scientists calculated that in order to even build this sphere, you would require more mass and more material than we actually have in the entire solar system. Or in other words, even if we were to break apart every planet and every asteroid and then somehow wrap all of this around the sun, we would still be lacking a lot of the materials needed for this kind of a structure. And on top of this, a sphere itself would not be physically stable, both for gravitational reasons and because of the pressure from the sun. So here, as an example, if I take a hypothetical sun and place a hypothetical Dyson sphere around it, and then run the simulation, you'll notice that pretty much right away all of this sort of falls apart and starts to orbit in a somewhat different fashion. It might be easier to visualize it if I change this to velocity measurements. So here the actual orbital parameters are very important, and because of this it's actually a lot easier to build some sort of a ring or some sort of a swarm of rings. And so a set of rings around the sun would be a much better way of capturing all of this energy, and would also require a lot less material and thus be a lot more feasible. And just like I mentioned, these structures would then also produce a very specific type of infrared emissions simply based on the amount of energy captured from the sun, and would also most likely produce various types of dimming effects. And that's basically because they would be blocking some of the light coming from the star itself. And this is how back in 2015, some of the amateur astronomers, along with some of the scientists, realized that at least one star, the star known as KIC 8462852, also known as Stabby's star, was actually producing some unusual dimming effects that could in theory be explained by a megastructure. This was the news back in the days, but later on the scientists have also realized that, well, first of all, it wasn't really producing these infrared effects, the ones that we kind of expect from a typical megastructure, but also the emissions were much more likely explained by something more natural, such as a swarm of really massive comets, or more likely, and this is actually the most recent explanation, some sort of an uneven ring of dust that seems to be in orbit at just the right angle, which seems to block the star occasionally. Moreover, in the last few years, scientists have identified several other similar stars, and so this is most likely not an explanation that requires some sort of an advanced alien technology. It seems to be best explained with just natural environment and just the right angle of observation. Nevertheless, the scientists, especially the ones associated with SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, still want to find as many possible ways of finding these structures as possible. And so obviously just seeing the dimming effect is not enough. And even detecting infrared emissions might also not be enough to prove something, because these infrared emissions could also be coming just from the object itself, like for example a comet, being heated up by the sun and thus emitting certain types of infrared radiation. And so this new paper proposes a third way, and a very original way, to potentially discover these objects and to also potentially transform a star in a way that nobody has really thought of before. It's actually a really interesting and very intriguing proposition, with the proposition itself suggesting that this type of a structure will actually dramatically affect the temperature of the star, causing it to first of all cool down, but then also start growing in size. Something that nobody has really considered before, but the explanation here definitely makes sense. So how exactly would any of this work? Well, in essence, this would work on the principle of energy feedback, or basically a lot of energy being reflected back into the star itself. And so in theory, if these structures do exist, the material that they're made from might actually reflect just a little bit of light back into the star. And also some structures might be actually made specifically to reflect the energy for the reason I'm going to discuss in a few minutes. And as all of this energy comes back into the star, it actually influences some of the conditions and some of the balance that usually forms inside a typical star. Now, in one of the previous videos about the discoveries from the Parker Solar Probe, we've already discussed the inner structure of our Sun and how some of this works. You can learn more about this in one of the previous videos. But in essence, there are two very specific areas in our Sun that are really important for this particular activity. There's the convection zone, where a lot of the material sort of circulates based on the temperature difference between the lower layer and the higher layer. And then there is the radiative zone, where everything just goes in one direction, with the energy itself generally moving really slow. And generally whether these areas form and how they form really depends on the total mass of the star. Also interestingly, the less massive stars, so in this case red dwarfs, or the stars that are roughly around 30 to 40% the mass of the Sun or even less, will only have the convection zone inside of them and will produce absolutely no radiative zone at all. And because of this, they end up mixing all of the material inside the star for a very long time, allowing the star to feed continuously. Whereas in larger stars like our Sun, because of the one direction of the radiative zone, eventually the star is going to run out of energy and will actually start transforming a lot sooner. So because of this, stars like our Sun live much shorter than, for example, a typical red dwarf. Whereas in stars that are more massive, such as the nearby Sirius, the upper layer right above the convection zone also produces another radiative zone with tremendous amounts of energy being released by the star itself, which then produces a lot more brightness, a lot more solar winds, and basically a lot of everything. And because of this, these stars also don't really live as long. But what exactly happens when some of this energy returns back into the star? Well, as you can probably imagine, it really depends on the mass of the star and on the actual areas inside the star. So for stars that are smaller in mass, so for a typical red dwarf, since they mostly have convection happening on the inside, all this energy then reaches all the way down to the core of the star itself, where a lot of the hydrogen is being fused, producing the energy. And inside a typical core of a typical star, what essentially ends up happening is a kind of a balance. Here, the energy from the fusion is basically counterbalanced by the gravity of the star. So if you add a little bit of mass, for example, if you add a little bit more gravity, the star will most likely shrink because the gravity is going to start winning. Whereas if you add a little bit more energy, the pressure from the energy will increase and the gravity will start losing, thus increasing the size of the star. Which is sort of what the scientists believe happened in this case. For a red dwarf with a lot of energy coming inside of it, the actual balance will shift toward energy and will most likely start increasing the size of the star because the gravity is now losing. But because of this unusual expansion, you suddenly have more volume, and that means that hydrogen atoms will not actually be able to fuse as easily. In other words, it decreases the chance for two hydrogen atoms to collide, forming helium, which surprisingly ends up cooling down the star, while also making it slightly larger as well. And interestingly enough, this type of a feedback mechanism will also most likely dramatically expand the lifetime of the star as well, simply because a lot less hydrogen is used in this case, and so in theory the star can survive much longer. As a matter of fact, the calculations here suggest that by having some sort of a feedback that's approximately 50% efficient, a typical red dwarf star can actually double its lifetime, so in this case from 1 trillion years to maybe 2 trillion years. And the main reason the size increases is because the convection zone in this case ends up producing a slightly smaller radiative zone right on top, which then ends up expanding the star slightly larger than before. It's not really doubled in size, but it's increased by about 15% or so. But what's unusual here is that even though the temperature inside the star decreases, on the surface the temperature might remain the same. So visually at least, it would still maybe appear similar in color, or at least in luminosity, but just have much larger size, which would be a telltale sign that something unusual is happening around the star. Then when it comes to more massive stars, such as Sirius or any other star that's A-type or B-type, unfortunately this mechanism doesn't seem to affect them as well. Because of the presence of the radiative zone right on the surface here, It actually prevents any feedback mechanism from affecting the star on the inside. But at the same time, these massive stars also don't generally live as much, and on average they also don't tend to have as many planets either. So these are not as interesting for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But when it comes to stars like our own Sun, something really extreme happens in this case. Because of that relatively small convective zone on the surface of the Sun, and because of the feedback mechanism coming from the megastructure, it actually ends up creating another radiative zone right on the surface of a star similar to our Sun. And according to the study, this in theory can actually triple the size of the star as it essentially starts expanding because of the radiative zone that's produced on the surface. And at least in theory, this would also prolong the star life as well. So in some sense, by building something similar and reflective around our Sun, we can maybe provide a little bit more lifetime to it. But it will also expand in size, which means that some planets might be quite dramatically affected by the increase in total luminosity. In this case, Earth might actually become way too hot. So this would be sort of a perfect scenario if one day we want to somehow colonize Mars and would like to have Mars with slightly warmer conditions. The increase in luminosity coming from the Sun would dramatically warm up the red planet. And so in essence, what this paper suggests is that there is a third way for us to potentially detect if something is a Dyson sphere by simply observing the changes in the star itself. For example, that previously mentioned Tabby star. If we detect that the star seems to be slightly larger in size, or maybe has some unusual temperature variations on the surface, well, that would suggest that maybe this star was actually influenced by some sort of a megastructure. And if we then combine this with the infrared emissions and with the dimming effects from the megastructure itself, it could then in theory help us identify if this is indeed what we're looking for, or what SETI is looking for, if this is indeed some sort of a Dyson ring, Dyson sphere, or some other really cool megastructure produced by an alien civilization. And since this technique also proposes a way to potentially extend the lifetime of a star, it's definitely a very intriguing proposition for some sort of a Type 2 civilization capable of producing these grandiose structures. But for now, it's still in the realm of science fiction and in the realm of thought experiments. Even now, we still don't know if this is actually something that some sort of advanced civilization would try to achieve. In theory, maybe it is possible, but some other theories propose something entirely different. There's a video about this as well, but in a nutshell, it actually involves efficiency and evolution. Chances are some advanced civilizations might actually evolve to become so efficient that they don't need to have megastructures. One of the biggest mysteries today is, where is everyone? The Fermi Paradox. Why is it that we're not actually hearing any aliens communicating across the galaxy? And one of the major ways we've been trying to answer this question is by continuously trying to listen to the universe, trying to discover some signal somewhere out there that might actually show us that we're not alone and that there are actually other species living somewhere out there far, far away. But so far, nothing. No signals, no communication, no one is talking to us. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about the idea of radio signals that we send from Earth and that someone out there could actually be listening to or one day intercept sometime in the future. We're going to discuss the idea of what potential exoplanets that are close to us may have already intercepted some of our signals and might have also discovered the planet Earth orbiting around the Sun. And more specifically, are there any planets, habitable planets out there that might have already heard our signals and might have also had a chance to discover planet Earth orbiting around the Sun? Which is essentially how we look for exoplanets and how we try to find some sort of an intelligence out there. Which is pretty much exactly what this study tried to do by using some of the observations from the Gaia telescope and combining them with the idea of radio transmissions for the past 100-something years. But let's start with a bit of a history. Or actually, I guess a question to you. Do you happen to know when the first radio transmission happened on the planet? More specifically, who actually started? Who was the inventor of radio transmission? Now, for some reason, a lot of you might actually think that it was Tesla simply because of the, well, what I usually refer to as availability heuristic. Because Tesla is known as the father of a lot of different transmissions, but that is actually really far from the truth. Tesla had nothing to do with radio transmissions or the idea of radio communications. The father of radio transmissions is actually this person right here, Guglielmo Marconi. Totally mispronounced it. My apologies to all my Italian viewers. In early 20th century, he was actually pretty famous. He even won the Nobel Prize. but I think today most people have completely forgot about him, even though he pretty much single-handedly began the era of radio transmissions and radio communication. Now, interestingly, a lot of the 19th century physicists generally did not believe radio communications were possible. Mostly because they thought that the light could only travel in a straight line, so anything in the path of the light, such as for example, let's just say a mountain or a tree, would completely disrupt communication, making it impossible. For this reason, up until late 1800s or essentially 1890, the vast majority of early scientists believed that it was impossible to communicate using radio waves or using any kind of a light at all. Only communication through cable was believed to be possible, which is of course why the telegraph became the most prominent way of communication for the first few decades. But Marconi did not think so, and he decided to prove everyone wrong by trying to do this over and over by building various antennae. In 1894 he was able to transmit first signals over a distance of just under a mile, and then he had a major breakthrough when he changed the shape of the antenna, lifted it a little bit higher, and also grounded the transmitter and the receiver, allowing him to transmit for almost 3 kilometers in distance, something that up until that point was thought to be impossible. And so a lot of his early experimentation eventually led to what's known as the Marconi's law, the relationship between the length of the antenna and the maximum distance that you're able to achieve by transmitting a signal. And within only a few years he was able to successfully transmit signals farther and farther away, eventually demonstrating the ability to the British government. And well, the rest is history. The radio was created and the radio transmission has begun. But naturally all of these transmissions didn't just stay on Earth. A lot of them also escaped into the outer space. And some of the more powerful historical transmissions might even be detected by someone somewhere out there sometime in the future. But generally though, because of the so-called inverse square law of propagation, pretty much most of the radio broadcasts from planet Earth would actually become nothing but radio noise by the time it reaches a distant planet somewhere out there. Now obviously not all of the signals, but definitely the vast majority. Nevertheless, because the radio transmission has been going on for around 127 years now, as of the date of this video, a group of wonderful people whose website you can find in the description below created this really cool website that shows us how far various hit songs traveled across the galaxy and what stars they might have reached already in the last 111 or so years. Now first of all, human transmission in general has actually not gone that far. That white pixel you see right there, that's basically how much we've covered so far. You can sort of see it slightly better in this map made by the Planetary Society that shows this tiny pixel which represents about 100 years of radio communication, which sort of shows you first of all how small we are, but also shows you how little we've achieved in the last 100 years or so. Our advanced civilization has only really been on this planet for an extremely short time. Nevertheless though, this website is really cool. Here you can travel away from planet Earth, and as you move away from planet Earth, hear some of the hit songs that were playing at that particular time. So for example, if we were to take a look at one of the more popular stars known as Ross 128, well, they're probably hearing Beyonce and Single Ladies right now. The star that you see right here is roughly around 10.3 light years away from us. Whereas the TRAPPIST-1 system that has a lot of different terrestrial planets orbiting around it is now getting signals from the early 80s and probably hearing some of the songs from that era as well. And so here you can kind of sort of travel in time in terms of the music hits and take a look at how far some of the radio waves from those songs traveled, including of course some of the early hits from the 1900s. But once again remember, most of these signals are very likely going to be nothing but a background noise. Whoever is possibly trying to listen for these signals would have to have an extremely advanced technology to be able to discern these signals from the background radiation. But here we're going to assume that they have this ability. And so the scientists in this particular paper wanted to actually take a look at, first of all, what planets out there, or I guess in some sense what star systems, might have a potential to have some sort of an extraterrestrial intelligence that is able to not just hear these signals, but might be able to establish that there is a planet orbiting around the Sun, and that planet might also be habitable. And so by using the catalog from Gaia telescope that analyzed billions and billions of stars, they were able to find out that since the original transmission about 100 years ago, approximately 75 different stars would have an ability to see planet Earth. And when I say see planet Earth, I mean this. they might be able to see as the planet passes in front of the Sun, and thus be able to determine that there is an exoplanet in the habitable zone of this particular star system, which is essentially how we found most of the planets as well. But of all of those 75 star systems that have a potential to see planet Earth, which of them have planets? And more specifically, do any of them have habitable planets that have already been identified in some of the other surveys? Well, as you can probably imagine, the answer is yes, but it turns out that a lot of them we've already discussed in a lot of other videos. The closest of these planets is this star that I've mentioned previously, Ross 128. Ross 128 is one of the most exciting star systems near us because it does have a terrestrial world in the habitable zone of the star system, but the star system itself is a red dwarf, and so we're not entirely sure what conditions it might have on the surface. Nevertheless, this planet known as Ross 128b has always been one of the most exciting potential targets when looking for any signals or signs of extraterrestrial life. And since this particular star system is 13th closest to us, it also makes this a potential target for some of the future missions once we actually figure out how to travel between stars as well. The next system that the scientists discovered is also relatively close to us, the star system known as the Teegarden star. And this one has two terrestrial planets with a mass relatively similar to planet Earth, with one of them being in the habitable zone as well. The planet simulated right here known as Teegarden C. And so once again, this particular star system can actually detect Earth, and has obviously already received signals from the planet as well. It's slightly farther away at about 12 light years away from planet Earth, but once again it's also a red dwarf, meaning that we're not entirely sure what conditions these planets have on the surface. Then, at a distance of 40 light years away from us, we have TRAPPIST-1, yet another red dwarf, but this time with 7 different terrestrial exoplanets, with at least 3 to maybe even 4 in the habitable zone. So this is definitely a really exciting system, and once again a system that seems to be able to see planet Earth as well. But then there is another star system, once again a red dwarf, but this one is not as well known. A star system containing 3 different exoplanets, with possibly 1 in the habitable zone as well. This one is sometimes also known as Gliese 83.1. And at a distance of 14.6 light years away from us, it's also relatively close as well. And so of these 4 star systems, if there's actually anyone living on those exoplanets and is able to listen to radio waves, they should be hearing some of the radio waves coming from planet Earth. But that's a big if, actually an extremely big if. As a matter of fact, nobody is probably hearing anything on those planets. And there are actually many reasons for why I'm saying this. But the biggest reason is that we don't actually know if red dwarfs can actually have similar habitable conditions to what we have around our star system. So these are still exciting planets, very exciting discoveries, but we don't really know what's going on their surface. But the scientists in this paper went a little bit further and wanted to also see how many different star systems and potential exoplanets might also be able to detect our signals and of course planet Earth in the next 100 years or so. And it turns out that in a sphere of about 300 light years in diameter, there are approximately 1700 different stars that can actually see planet Earth. And statistically, if we assume that about a quarter of them would have some sort of a terrestrial planet, this means that there would be about 500 or so different planets able to see planet Earth and thus potentially identify life on our planet. But statistically speaking, of all of the stars that have received radio signals from planet Earth since the beginning of the radio age, the estimates suggest that there should be about 29 different habitable planets that might have received the signals and thus have a slight chance to maybe see and hear our planet. But once again, this is a really big if. Most of those stars are going to be red dwarfs, and the other stars might just have extremely different conditions on the surface. And at the same time, we have no idea if just having habitable conditions is enough to kickstart life either. So there are still a lot of unanswered questions. Nevertheless, at least statistically speaking, this is definitely a really interesting analysis and a pretty interesting discovery. But even though one day, using better telescopes, we might be able to even see the atmosphere of those planets, or even be able to detect potential signs of primitive life, the chance for us to discover an actual extraterrestrial intelligence is extremely low. And I'll discuss more about this in some of the future videos on the so-called Fermi Paradox. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about a new intriguing paper with a very interesting title, Avoiding the Great Filter, a projected time frame for human expansion off-world. a paper that creates a model exploring a very simple but very intriguing concept. The concept known as the Great Filter that tries to answer the Fermi Paradox. Where is everybody? Why is it that after decades of observing and listening to the universe, we still have not heard a single convincing signal indicating that it's extraterrestrial intelligence? Not a single sign or observation definitively telling us that aliens are living somewhere out there on another planet. And one of the resolutions of the Fermi Paradox is known as the Great Filter. The concept originally proposed in 1996 by this wonderful person, an economist who essentially discussed this idea, suggesting that we most likely have already passed this so-called filter. The article that's also available in the description below that you can find right here. But the main idea behind the Great Filter being our misunderstanding of how life, complex life, intelligent life, evolves on various planets or across the universe. Hansen suggests that there is some sort of a filter, a great filter, that prevents any life in the universe from reaching a certain stage that we expect mathematically. And so in this particular case, he suggests that there might be a filter that we already kind of crossed, that many other civilizations crossed as well, that unfortunately leads to the complete destruction of the entire civilization. The filter itself could be absolutely anything and possibly present during any of the steps of the evolution of life. He lists some of the steps right here, but the actual filter could be in any of these steps, or even any other steps that are not listed. So in other words, Hansen himself does not know what exactly it is, but the fact that we're not hearing or seeing a lot of civilizations traveling the galaxy, to him suggests that the filter does exist and something stops these civilizations from developing to that point. But this is of course just one of the potential answers for the so-called Fermi Paradox. But in this paper they go in a slightly different direction. First of all, they do make an assumption that although we haven't reached the Great Filter just yet, we have reached what's known as the window of peril. We've reached a stage when we have a capacity to completely destroy ourselves. Something that began right after the World War II with the development of the nuclear weapons. And within only a few decades, this window has increased in size. More and more things start happening, increasing the chance for a complete self-destruction. And in this case, it doesn't actually matter what it is, it's just the chances have increased. Simply because we now have so many more ways of destroying the entire world. Nuclear weapons, some sort of biological warfare, or anything else related to the climate change on the planet. But the scientists in the paper proposed the solution to avoiding the Great Filter. The solution that's been talked about before by a lot of different individuals. Turning our species into an interplanetary and interstellar species. If we do manage to find a way to travel across star systems, it will automatically make Great Filter a non-issue, and it will definitely prevent our species from being completely destroyed. And so in this paper they actually create a model that tries to predict the potential dates for various robotic missions and for various human missions to all sorts of planets and stars out there. And they use a very interesting proposition to do this. A concept that's somewhat related to Moore's law. The law that suggested that the number of transistors on microchips doubles every 2 years, as you can kind of see from this graph right here. And here the idea is pretty simple. Deep space missions are almost directly related to the complexity of computers and a lot of robotic systems. As this complexity increases over time, more and more complex missions are going to start becoming possible, with space missions becoming more and more complex as the time goes on and as we develop new technology. And assuming that we can survive long enough to become interplanetary and interstellar, at this point, the Great Filter is no longer a problem, at least according to the scientists in this paper. But their model also creates actual dates for various potential missions. Missions to Jupiter, missions to Saturn, and missions to some of the nearby stars. The first prediction here is in regards to Mars. They predict the first manned missions in 2030s. But this is of course not news to us because Elon Musk has already been talking about this, as were some of the scientists from China as well. And so a mission to Mars in 2030 is obviously expected. But by 2060s, their model predicts that we're also going to reach the asteroid belt, possibly an object like Ceres or Vesta. And since we've already reached these objects with the robotic missions, it only makes sense that this would be the next step. 10 years after, in 2070s, their model predicts the landing of humans on one of the moons of Jupiter. Probably not Io, very likely Ganymede or Europa. But 10 years after that, in 2080s, we're probably going to end up somewhere around Saturn. And in this case, it's probably going to be Titan. A manned mission to Titan by 2080s does sound pretty exciting. But being a mathematical model, things here do escalate pretty quickly, simply because this is a logarithmic function, and also because of the tremendous distances to various stars out there. So for example, to reach the nearest star, Proxima Centauri, for some sort of a robotic probe is not going to take too long. It might actually be ready in a few years from now. But a manned mission is a completely different story. The first human being to arrive to Proxima Centauri is not going to leave Earth until 2250, according to their model. So roughly in around 230 years from now. Now slightly farther away we have this really exciting system known as Tau Ceti. There's an older video somewhere right there about it. This system is farther away, so the first robotic mission might be launched in 2030s. But the human mission is not expected until 2270, so 250 years from now. And then we have the famous TRAPPIST-1 system with its 7 beautiful terrestrial planets. But because this is at a distance of about 40 light years away from us, the robotic mission might launch in 2040, so in about 20 years from now. But the manned mission is not going to happen until 2300s, 280 years from now. But being a model, it also predicts some of the farther distances as well, including a mission to the center of our own galaxy, the center of the Milky Way. And although we could probably launch a robotic probe in 2050, the manned mission is not going to happen until 2400s. And this region might be super interesting to visit one day, simply because of the other paper they mentioned in their study. The paper we discussed on the channel as well, somewhere right there as well, that suggests that the most likely location for super complex civilizations is most likely to be somewhere at the center of the Milky Way galaxy because of the other mathematical model that was performed in that paper. And so reaching that region might actually help us discover a lot of different extraterrestrial civilizations, at least according to this model. But my problem with the model is that everything here seems to be a little bit simplistic. First of all, this model naively suggests that we're going to be totally fine and advancing as normal for the next 300 years. At the moment, a lot of signs sort of point to the other direction. Unfortunately, at the current rate, things are not going to be well for humanity in the next 50 years. Second of all, this model relies on the idea of Moore's law and expects the technological advancement, just as Moore's law, to continuously double every 2 years. But when it comes to Moore's law, unfortunately we know we have reached the limit, simply because of the sizes of things we're talking about here. In this case, what you're seeing is the increase in the electron density, with the electrons suddenly being able to jump from one point to another due to the quantum tunneling effect that starts happening when the actual transistors get too small. So the Moore's law is no longer law. The size of the transistors can no longer become any smaller. And using a similar analogy here, it's quite possible that the human space exploration might also peak at some point. Not just space exploration, any kind of development when it comes to technology. And although the science fiction movies would expect us to believe a lot of different advancements, including faster than light travel, time travel, and all sorts of advanced amazing technology that could exist one day, the reality might be different. We don't really know if at some point technology is just going to peak completely. Just like the transistor development with Moore's law. Lastly, even now, we have no idea how to travel in space over long distances. We've obviously landed on the moon, but landing in another star system is a completely different story. We would have to have some extremely advanced spaceships that are able to survive really long trips without breaking down, and to somehow also preserve all of the life on those ships as well. None of this right now is even remotely possible. And so for now at least, this mathematical model is unfortunately just that. It's just a model. But the scientists in this paper do mention that this is just the first step, a first layer of a potentially much more complex model that's going to be developed over the years. And for all we know, maybe this right here is actually a huge underrepresentation. Maybe the reality is that we're only going to be making it to the stars in the next few thousands of years. But since the odds of survival of human beings here on planet Earth is currently not really looking that good either, we might want to actually put a lot of effort into this. We might want to find a way to avoid the Great Filter, and that's basically what the scientists are trying to push in this particular paper. At the moment, we're stuck here on Earth, but to survive longer, we might want to start looking outside of this planet. We might have to become an interplanetary and an interstellar species, and this could be essential for the survival of the entire civilization. And that is definitely something I agree with. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about the idea of galaxies with extraterrestrial intelligence. And we're essentially going to discuss the idea of a type of a galaxy that's most likely to have an extraterrestrial intelligence similar to us. So let's discuss this, and welcome to What the Math. So as you probably know by now, there are quite a lot of different galaxies out there. They come in different age groups, they also come in different shapes and sizes. And for the most part, it seems that there are actually a lot more different galaxy types than there are star types. But trying to figure out which of these galaxies most likely has a chance of having extraterrestrial intelligence similar to us is of course one of the questions we're trying to currently answer, mostly because we'd like to find out if there's anyone else out there. But because there is so much variety with galaxies and also with the types of stars they possess, it's always been kind of difficult to try to establish which of the galaxies is the most likely to have any kind of alien life, specifically the type of life we can find here on Earth. And so for the past few years, for the past few decades actually, scientists were trying to kind of mathematically work out different models and different propositions on where we can possibly find someone else potentially similar to us. Now, the last few studies all focused on a very similar principle. They basically realized that the galaxies like ours, like the Milky Way you see right here, are not really that common, while at the same time don't usually possess the highest number of stars either, and obviously would not probably have highest number of planets as well. On the other hand, the so-called elliptical galaxies, like the very famous and extremely large, actually the biggest galaxy out there, IC1101 that you see right here, are practically the opposite. They have a huge amount of stars, they also have way more mass and basically bigger everything on the inside, and at the same time probably have a lot more planets orbiting around those stars as well, which of course statistically makes a lot of sense. More stars means probably more planets. So one of the last papers to tackle this idea basically established that the chance of finding extraterrestrial intelligence kind of increases by about 10,000 times if we were to look inside a typical elliptical galaxy, such as IC1101. And back in 2015, the scientists even referred to this as a kind of a cradle of life. So basically, if we wanted to potentially find life, or specifically advanced life, we should maybe look at more of the elliptical galaxies out there. But here's the thing though, that's maybe not necessarily true, at least according to the scientists behind this paper that was just released very recently and who is essentially arguing almost the opposite, suggesting that the chance of finding life in the elliptical galaxy, and that includes some of the larger galaxies out there, is quite the opposite. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to find any life here whatsoever, and he gives pretty good reasons for why he thinks so. And first and foremost, what all of this stems from is the idea known as the mediocrity principle, which is to some extent also related to the very old and very well-known Copernican principle, which essentially states that humans, and of course Earth, and even the solar system, is in no way special. It's very mediocre and it's very average. In other words, when Copernicus was looking at the night skies, he was the first to essentially realize that the Sun is not orbiting around Earth. Earth was just another planet in the solar system. And when we expand this idea further to essentially extraterrestrial life and alien life, we need to look at ourselves. We need to realize that we're also not special in any way. Earth, the solar system, and even our galaxy are not special. These are extremely average and not really special environments at all. Earth, the solar system, and of course our galaxy are just an average bunch. Which is exactly why, according to the mediocrity principle, we really should be looking at the average, at the most mediocre and boring for us. Basically at other similar galaxies to the Milky Way, and looking for the conditions where Earth developed as well. And even though this may sound boring, this is exactly what the principle states. If it's typical, if there's no reason to suspect that something is supposed to be special, in that case, it probably is very typical and not special at all. It's very mediocre. And there's actually a really good example from astronomy when this principle worked, and actually several times quite successfully. The earliest such example of when this was applied was actually when the early astronomers, including the famous Isaac Newton, wanted to try to figure out how close certain stars were to our planet. Now back then they didn't really have very good measurement devices just yet. They also obviously did not have any of the knowledge of the stars we have today, but they still tried, and several scientists, including Kepler and Newton, decided to try to calculate the distance to the nearby Sirius star, which is also one of the brightest stars in the night skies, by literally applying the mediocrity principle. What they did is assume that, well, Sirius, just like our sun, is probably just another star in the night skies. And using this principle, they then tried to use its luminosity to discover how far away it was, and not surprisingly, they got the results pretty accurate. It was just a little bit off because Sirius is a little bit different from the sun, but the idea of this principle worked quite well in this case, and so the scientists could then measure distances to some of the other stars as well. And so using this principle, we can then start asking ourselves a question. If we have intelligent life on Earth, why is it that we don't live in a large elliptical galaxy? Why is it that the Milky Way galaxy does not look like this? And why is it that our sun is not an, for example, a red dwarf, an M-type star, which is what some scientists suggest could be the star with the highest chance for finding other life as well? According to the mediocrity principle, really the only life so far that has been confirmed is here around the typical G-type star, which is our sun, on the outskirts of the galaxy known as the Milky Way, located right there in a somewhat boring area of the galaxy. So all of this is basically the mediocrity principle, and according to this principle, other intelligent life is probably going to be located in a somewhat similar environment. But the author of this paper doesn't just tell us that this is exactly where we're going to find other intelligent life, he also provides a few details for why he believes life around other galaxies would be kind of difficult. First of all, a lot of these elliptical galaxies were very likely extremely powerful back in the days and possessed quite a lot of lethal radiation that most likely stripped most of the planets of any potential life, or at least any advanced life. Many of these galaxies were also extremely powerful quasars, basically spewing out huge tsunami-like waves of radioactive material and extremely powerful energy that very likely once again stripped any planet of any potential for life. We know that the Milky Way galaxy did not have anything as powerful. It very likely only had minor outbursts that very likely never reached the outskirts where we're located. So one of the reasons why life probably exists in the outskirts of the Milky Way is actually because the radiation just never really reached that far. It may have stripped all of the planets and all of the planetary objects in the central region of the galaxy, but the outskirts were totally fine. Now we expect Milky Way to go through all of this later on in life, possibly within about 4 to 5 billion years from now, when it combines with the Andromeda galaxy, but until then it's probably still going to be a much more milder place compared to what a lot of these elliptical galaxies went through to acquire their shape and also to acquire all of these different types of stars. On the other hand, many of these stars, and also basically the planetary systems here, would be very low in metallicity. In astronomy, we usually refer to metallicity as basically the ability for stars to create planets. So when you hear someone say the star has a lot of metallicity, it just means that it has a lot of other materials except for hydrogen and helium, which of course also usually implies that the star can have terrestrial planets and can have a lot of things in the star system. But these elliptical galaxies, they don't often have high metallicity stars, which is why their color is so different as well. So for the most part, all of these galaxies have stars that have very low metallicity, and basically, if we were to look at a typical planet here, it would most likely be some sort of a gas giant. These types of galaxies would very likely have a lot more gas giants and a lot more other gas-like objects, as opposed to having actual terrestrial planets like Earth. Now that's not to say that we're not going to be able to find extraterrestrial intelligence around these, but as of today, according to mediocrity principle, we should be able to find extraterrestrial intelligence around terrestrial planets, not around gas giants. On the other hand, because these galaxies also do not produce any new stars and basically are, in a sense, well, you can call them dead galaxies, they're essentially unable to create any more unusual planetary systems which could potentially host life in the future. The Milky Way, on the other hand, still produces quite a lot of stars, and and will be doing so for a very long time. And since a lot of these stars are also very likely M-type dwarfs, which we already know are not particularly good at maintaining habitable conditions, this would also suggest that many of these objects here would probably be very different from anything we can find in the solar system, or more specifically, none of this will be similar to planet Earth. And the more gas giants there are in these galaxies, the more likely that their migration toward the center of the actual solar system or star system would actually prevent other terrestrial planets from forming. In other words, the chance for these galaxies to have planets like Earth is actually a lot lower than anything here in the Milky Way galaxy. Once again suggesting that the mediocrity principle might be right after all. The only way for us to find another extraterrestrial intelligence is to look in an extremely similar position somewhere else in a similar galaxy, like for example the Andromeda galaxy, which is also extremely similar to the Milky Way. It's a little bit bigger, it's a little bit more massive, but overall it's very similar in a lot of respect. And where exactly should we be looking? Well, once again, somewhere on the outskirts of one of these spiral arms, very likely around a G-type star, similar to our Sun, which are actually kind of difficult to see. And we should be looking for a terrestrial planet orbiting here as well. This right here would be the most likely place for us to find other extraterrestrial intelligence, and similar galaxies to this, like the one that we're about to see right there, a much smaller galaxy known as Triangulum, are essentially the best candidates. These are the galaxies we should be examining in a little bit more detail if we want to discover if someone is trying to communicate with the rest of the universe. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about technosignatures, the signs of extraterrestrial intelligence somewhere out there. But what we're talking about is actually a very recent paper that was released not so long ago that tries to identify this very specific technosignature we can use to try to find aliens somewhere out there that here on planet Earth is actually something that we currently are trying to eliminate. We're going to be talking about pollution. In this case, the type of pollution that's present everywhere on planet Earth. Now, first of all, unlike some of the articles in the press that make you believe, NASA is actually extremely interested in discovering some sort of an alien life somewhere out there. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago they held a really big workshop essentially identifying all of the potential technosignatures we can look for, how to look for them, and even provided very specific detail on what exactly we can look for, how we can find it, and what sort of difficulties we can expect by looking at certain regions or by looking at certain particular things. And obviously also identified several difficulties and several biases that we can have when we can accidentally claim something is extraterrestrial intelligence, but in reality it's something that's not. The most famous example right now being Oumuamua, the extrasolar comet that visited inner solar system 3 or 4 years ago. But when it comes to trying to find different technosignatures or basically trying to identify if there's really any other extraterrestrial intelligence out there, there's one specific thing that we know for a fact can lead to the discovery of alien life and potentially also extraterrestrial intelligence. The various chemical detections emanating from a certain planet or a certain object somewhere out there. Now, we've already discussed the so-called phosphine that was potentially discovered on Venus just roughly about a year ago. But even this particular discovery has already generated a lot of buzz and also a lot of contradictory theories. We still don't really know if phosphine was discovered on Venus, but phosphine, for example, is an extremely important gas that we know can only really be produced by either life or in some extremely complex environments. But phosphine does not guarantee any kind of intelligence though. So it's a great way for us to possibly discover alien life, but it's not a really good way for us to discover a potentially intelligent life. As a matter of fact, phosphine is toxic to us. So if there is intelligence or if there is intelligent life present on a certain planet, it's probably going to try to get rid of phosphine. There are, however, other gases we can look for. And in this case, there are two specific types of gases that we know for a fact, at least based on what we have here on planet Earth, can hypothetically be the sign of intelligent life somewhere out there. And both of these gases are to some extent the result of pollution on the planet. One of these gases, or actually one type of these gases, are the so-called CFCs, or chlorofluorocarbons. There's actually a few of them, as you can see in this particular list. And a few decades ago, these gases were responsible for almost causing our planet to lose the ozone layer, responsible for protecting us from the dangerous ultraviolet radiation. Luckily, a lot of governments around the world were able to combine their power and signed what's known as the Montreal Protocol that essentially banned the use of CFCs, and over the next few decades, the situation has improved dramatically. Although very recently there was a paper that suggested that certain regions, specifically China, I'm looking at you, still has certain emissions coming from certain regions. But that's definitely not enough for us to worry about yet, especially because a lot of these emissions were illegal and the government was not aware of them, and China has already promised to kind of fix this problem. But one thing about CFCs is that they're not produced naturally, they're only produced artificially. And because of this, we know that if we ever discover any CFCs emanating from a planet somewhere out there, there is something going on there for sure. At the same time, CFCs are also an extremely potent greenhouse gases, and could hypothetically be used by a species somewhere out there to terraform a planet. This is something that's already been proposed to, for example, terraform Mars as well. Although that's not something we can easily do just yet. But anyway, even though CFCs have already been investigated by NASA several times, there is another gas that's even more common that has recently been investigated in a paper you can find in the description below. Nitrogen dioxide. The gas produced in combustion, and that's actually what the scientists in this paper wanted to focus on. Specifically, they wanted to identify what exactly we should be looking for in these atmospheres of other planets if, for example, we discover that there is nitrogen dioxide there. Now, unlike the CFCs, nitrogen dioxide can actually be produced naturally through various geological means, but it's not really produced to the point where we can easily see it usually, and we normally know exactly how much nitrogen dioxide to expect on a certain planet like Venus, for example. But let's just say that we're looking at a distant star, and then as the planet passes in front of it, right at this point where the solar light passes through the atmosphere, we start getting certain different emissions suggesting that there is a lot of nitrogen dioxide in the atmosphere of this planet. Way more than the models predict. In this case, the only sort of reasonable explanation here is that it cannot be chemical, it has to be produced by an industry. This is the only gas we know, at least from our example, that happens to be an industrial gas. It's not a gas that's produced by life, it's also not a gas that's produced in really large amounts on planets, so large amounts of NO2 like here on planet Earth definitely indicates some sort of industrial civilization living there. And although things like lightning or even things like powerful volcanic eruptions can also produce some of this gas as well, in reality 80% of all of NO2 on the planet Earth currently is produced by humans. And it is a pretty bad gas, it's actually quite toxic, but nevertheless it still happens because we currently depend on various industries that unfortunately produce a lot of this gas. And what's more unusual is that in the lower regions of the atmosphere, about 10 to maybe 15 kilometers above the ground, nitrogen dioxide happens to be an extremely easily to see gas here. There is so much of it now that has accumulated over the years that if, for example, some other species were trying to discover if Earth is habitable, it would be very obvious. And because of this, we know that if we look at other planets and find this in their atmosphere, it's very likely that it was also possibly from the same types of origin. It is very unlikely for nitrogen dioxide to be accumulated in the upper atmosphere for long periods of time, which is pretty much exactly what the scientists in this paper argue. With the main purpose of the study being an ability to detect the NO2 signal and seeing if it actually represents some sort of a potential signal we can use to detect extraterrestrial intelligence. And long story short, the answer is yes, it can definitely be used as a technosignature. One of the more important discoveries from this paper is that, well, apparently, if there is some sort of a civilization living within about 30 light-year radius away from planet Earth, which by the way includes roughly around 500 or so star systems, and also possibly about 100 or so Earth-like planets, after about 400 hours of observation, we should be able to collect enough data on the atmosphere of this particular planet to know exactly if there is some sort of a combustion going on and if there is any NO2. And this is actually using modern technology, modern telescopes. So in other words, we don't really need any new telescopes to determine all of this. Moreover, certain stars, especially the ones that are colder than the Sun, such as the K-type stars or the red dwarfs, will actually produce much better signals, allowing us to definitively identify if there is any extraterrestrial intelligence. And also, since most of these stars do not produce enough ultraviolet radiation, they will also prevent the NO2 from breaking apart, and it will probably accumulate more NO2 in the atmospheres, which will then also increase our chance of finding something in some of these nearby star systems and nearby planets. But this study is obviously not perfect, and there are still a few problems that the scientists mention in the paper. For example, certain types of clouds or even certain types of aerosols can potentially represent very similar wavelengths to NO2. In other words, they can kind of fool us into thinking that we're seeing nitrogen dioxide, but in reality it's something completely different. At the same time, for us to detect these signals, it would kind of mean that these civilizations would have to produce NO2 for an extremely long time. I mean, when you think about it, here on planet Earth, we've only been producing NO2 for the past 100 years or so. This value represents 0.000002% of the total age of our planet. And this of course implies that, statistically speaking, the chance of us detecting something in the vicinity within about 30 light years away from us is currently extremely low, like super low. So we shouldn't really keep our hopes up, but doing these studies allows us to definitely find ways of how we can find various technosignatures coming from other planets, and most importantly, it identifies factors preventing different types of biases and preventing very rash decisions of saying, hey, it's aliens, when in reality it was just pollution from something entirely different. So trying to eliminate these biases and trying to eliminate possible mistakes, and also doing all of these simulations in helping us identify what we should be looking for, can definitely one day help us discover some sort of alien civilization somewhere out there. But we also have to always remember Carl Sagan's wisdom: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about a pretty exciting but somewhat hypothetical topic in regards to Dyson spheres. And specifically, we're going to be discussing this relatively recent paper that tries to identify and tries to analyze the potential existence of Dyson spheres around supermassive black holes. Could some sort of advanced civilization, such as what we would call Type 2 or Type 3 Kardashev civilization, potentially have an ability to create a massive structure around a black hole in order to absorb more energy for its own use? And more importantly, the paper tries to answer the question, could they physically exist? Or would a black hole completely destroy these structures? And also, if they do exist, such as around the central massive black hole in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, would there be any way for us to detect them using modern technology? And short spoiler, the answer to all of these questions seems to be more or less yes. So let's start with the basics. Back in the 60s, the brilliant Freeman Dyson that you see right here published a few scientific articles describing a very hypothetical scenario of how a really advanced civilization could collect energy from their star. Something that we today refer to as the Dyson sphere, or depending on the structure, sometimes it's also known as the Dyson swarm, Dyson bubble, or Dyson ring, with the structures themselves serving as a kind of a direct way of collecting energy of the star itself, and thus providing a tremendous amount of energy for some sort of an advanced civilization that might require this energy. Now, there are quite a lot of other videos covering this in a lot more detail, but the idea itself is kind of sound. And it's so sound, as a matter of fact, that one of the main targets of SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is actually trying to discover some of these unusual structures somewhere out there around a distant star, with several unusual blinking stars, such as the famous Tabby star, being potential targets. But a lot of these suggestions are more or less biased toward human understanding of technology. We kind of assume that things are going to get bigger, we're going to require more energy, and as a result we're going to have to build bigger and bigger structures, potentially around planets and then around stars. Now, in the past I've previously discussed some of the other propositions in regards to this, but for now let's just stick with this. Let's say that this is actually what happens to most advanced civilizations. Well, in that case, naturally, after a typical star, the civilization will probably start looking at some other energy sources. And at the moment, we don't really know of any other source more powerful than a black hole, specifically a supermassive black hole. And so once again, hypothetically speaking, a Type 2 or even Type 3 Kardashev civilization, a civilization that's able to produce really grandiose structures, potentially covering the entire planet or even an entire star, would then most likely seek the center of the galaxy in order to collect the energy from the black hole itself. But the question here is, would such a structure be effective at capturing all of this energy? And if so, what type of energy would it end up capturing the most? And more importantly, what sort of emissions would it actually produce in order for us to detect it from planet Earth? Would it be possible for us to see these structures using modern technology? And so the scientists from a university in Taiwan decided to investigate all of this and produce a pretty interesting paper you can find in the description below. And specifically, they decided to focus on 6 different sources of energy. For example, one of the sources is the cosmic background radiation. And even though here on Earth CMB doesn't really provide that much energy, around a black hole, because of the ridiculously powerful blue shifting effects from the gravitational pull of the black hole, some of the cosmic microwave background ends up being in really high frequencies of light. We've actually discussed this in some of the previous videos somewhere right there. The other potential source of energy is the Hawking radiation, the emissions from the black hole itself. But the most powerful types of radiation is probably going to be coming from the accretion disk itself, because this is literally a bunch of star-like material orbiting around the black hole, and it produces a tremendous amount of radiation. Another type of energy that could potentially be captured is something known as the Bondi accretion, which is essentially a spherical accretion disk that's formed by a traveling massive object through a lot of different interstellar gas. Another extremely powerful event is what's known as the black hole corona. This is so powerful that it's usually visible from extremely far away distances and normally produces tremendous amount of energy as well. And lastly, the 6th source of energy could also be the relativistic jets. These jets are also very powerful and could hypothetically be used to capture the magnetic energy from the black hole itself. And so a lot of these different features around black holes could be used in different ways to capture this energy. But to make this more mathematic, the scientists in this paper decided to focus on 3 different models. The models of black holes that are similar to the one in the Milky Way, the one that's slightly larger at 5 million masses of the Sun, and the one that's even bigger at 20 million masses of the Sun. Determining in the end that even though it will be pretty impossible to produce an actual sphere-like object, building a sphere of satellites, so basically some sort of a Dyson bubble, would be a pretty effective way to capture and harvest a lot of this black hole energy, with the largest amount of energy coming from the accretion disk itself. Here, the amount of energy that can be gathered from a black hole similar to the one in the middle of our own galaxy is around 100,000 times more than can be captured from our own sun. But if the civilization is also able to capture the astrophysical jets, the energy amount is going to increase up to about 5 times. In other words, the astrophysical jets and the accretion disk represent the largest amount of energy that can be harvested from a typical supermassive black hole. So definitely possible and definitely doable. But could we actually see them and detect them? So back in the 60s, Freeman Dyson proposed that because of the heating up of the object, because of the actual process of the energy exchange, it would be possible to see these structures in the infrared. Essentially, this structure would most likely produce a tremendous amount of infrared light, which would allow the scientists to potentially discover these objects in really far away places in the universe. And upon thorough examination, it should be possible to tell if we're looking at for example, a brown dwarf, or if we're looking at a star with an actual Dyson sphere around it. In other words, Dyson himself proposed that it's possible to detect these objects in the infrared. But in this particular case, as you start building larger and larger structures around other objects, such as really massive stars, or in this case black holes, the emitted wavelengths change dramatically as well. As a matter of fact, if such a structure exists somewhere out there, it would be detectable in multiple wavelengths. Actually, even Dyson himself proposed that a hotter Dyson sphere around a much hotter star would most likely emit ultraviolet light, not just infrared light. So what about a Dyson sphere built around the Sagittarius A star, a black hole in the middle of our own galaxy? Well, in this case, the scientists are pretty certain it would emit a lot of ultraviolet light, a lot of near-infrared light, but also quite a lot of optical light, meaning that it would be a multi-wavelength detection and it should be detectable and also visible to modern telescopes. With one specific survey, this one right here known as GALEX, or Galaxy Evolution Explorer, potentially already having enough data collected in order to establish if such a structure actually exists around Sagittarius A star. But the question is, of course, how can you tell if what we're detecting is a natural radiation from the black hole or if it's emissions from some sort of a Dyson sphere? And that right there is probably why we're not going to be able to answer this for a very long time. It would be almost impossible to tell apart the natural radiation from the radiation from some sort of a structure. But in this case, there's at least one proposition from the scientists in this paper. hypothetically, if there is some sort of a Dyson sphere around the black hole, it's going to also interfere with some of the emissions from the black hole. For example, maybe due to the gravitational effects from the Dyson swarm itself, or from minute changes and minute interactions between the swarm and the black hole emissions. And if one day we actually detect some unusual interactions and some unusual perturbations in the black hole emissions, that could be a sign that there is something there. At the moment, it's just not really possible to do any of this. And really mostly because the black holes themselves are already so chaotic and produce so many different emissions that sometimes are kind of difficult to explain. And so maybe in some future studies, someone is going to come up with some way to potentially detect these structures. At the moment, it's very theoretical, and though it does make sense, it's still extremely hypothetical. Nevertheless, it does imply that maybe somewhere out there, there could be a super advanced civilization using black holes as a source of energy. And according to the scientists in this paper, the amount of energy collected from a supermassive black hole would automatically make this a Type 3 Kardashev civilization, simply based on the amount of energy collected from the black hole. And so overall, a pretty interesting paper and a pretty interesting proposition. But in the paper, they obviously mention a lot of other things. Like for example, how far away from the black hole would you have to build the Dyson sphere itself in order for it not to fall apart or to burn into a crisp? And for a supermassive black hole in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, it would have to be relatively far away, approximately 150 astronomical units away from the center, or about 22 billion kilometers. But even at these distances, it would be able to capture quite a lot of energy. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about a very recent release of a tremendous amount of data from the so-called Project Breakthrough Listen. This is our attempt at finding extraterrestrial intelligence out there, and in this video you're going to discover what we found out. Although I don't really want to disappoint you because we haven't really found much. However, there is some good news coming out of this. Let's talk about this and welcome to the Math. The wonderful project known as Breakthrough Listen is one of the biggest attempts humanity has ever undertaken in trying to discover extraterrestrial intelligence. It's essentially based on obviously listening for various radio frequencies out there in outer space and trying to identify something that might appear artificial or extraterrestrial. Or actually not just extraterrestrial or artificial, it also has to appear as if it was created by some sort of intelligence somewhere out there. And in the last few years, the Project Breakthrough Listen has now become the major observation system for trying to detect extraterrestrial intelligence in outer space. And all of this mostly is because it's privately funded, specifically by the Russian-born American entrepreneur Yuri Milner and his wife Julia. Milner has already put in around $100 million or so in trying to establish an effective system for humans to look for extraterrestrial intelligence, or once and for all settle the question of, are we alone? Yes, we are. But anyway, so that's the project in a nutshell. You can learn more about it in the description below. But now they've also released one of the major new updates, and it's completely open for everyone to access. The website that I posted in the description has this link to open data, and the recent release of open data includes roughly around 2 petabytes, which is equivalent to about 2,000 terabytes of data that has not really been processed yet. In other words, it's the data collected by listening to the center of the galaxy, and some of it might contain the messages from extraterrestrial intelligence. But we don't really know if anyone is talking to us because it hasn't been processed. Which is why the foundation decided to make it open so that anyone can go and try to look for it themselves. And although you do need a little bit of training to try to figure this out, it's absolutely possible to do this yourself without any actual formal training in any university. In other words, there are already a lot of so-called citizen scientists doing this in their free time by using the resources available right here from Berkeley University, Berkeley SETI specifically, and by then essentially getting all of their data from the form itself available through the website in the description. And this specific galactic survey, as you would call it, focused on one specific area where we think we'll have the highest chance of discovering something. The so-called galactic center. Basically the area with the highest density of stars and everything else for that matter, and the area where there might be something going on and someone communicating. This idea is especially based on these so-called shelling points or focal points originally proposed by the very famous Thomas Schelling, who was famous for developing a lot of game theories and a lot of economics related theories as well. And one of them was in regards to the so-called focal points, although now we usually refer to them as Schelling points named after him. So what this refers to is to the idea of various alien species being out there but being unable to communicate with us. And if you can communicate with someone and you cannot actually see them, you have to find a way to strategize in order for you to come up with a potential way to communicate or potential way of doing things together without true communication. The way he actually explained it is by using various Cold War analogies and also by essentially integrating various game theories, ideas into trying to understand how people, and in this sense aliens as well, would actually do things without being able to communicate. So, for example, let's just say we would like to find a way to communicate with someone we cannot see. We thus need to come up with a strategy where we know that they will do very similar things to what we'll do. So for example, since we communicate with radio waves, we can make an assumption that some kind of an alien super intelligent species will also be using radio waves for communication, at least to some extent. This is one of the possible Schelling points. The other point we can make out of this is that there has to be an area somewhere out there in the galaxy where all of the intelligent species will try to kind of connect with one another. Think of it as a kind of a marketplace where everyone comes in and is then able to do all kinds of things like trade and so on. Now, where would this area be? Well, if we apply Schelling's theories, this area should be right in the center of our galaxy, or somewhere in the vicinity of the center where it's relatively safe for people and aliens and various species to survive and not be destroyed by radiation. And since this area is also very rich in energy and there's a lot of potential for harvesting energy for other resources and also just for communication in general, this would be a perfect location for conducting extraterrestrial business, or at least to make new friends. Now, in this case, we don't think there's an actual market there, but there might be beacons of communication, sending out signals, sending out all kinds of different messages, possibly even different types of guidance. So we expect to see something there, assuming other aliens act and sort of think in the same way as we do. Which is why Project Breakthrough Listen did just that. They listened to the center of the galaxy for just a few years, I guess, and they decided to produce all of this data and make it available for anyone willing to analyze it. Mostly because there's a lot of data and just not enough researchers doing it. And remember, in the last few years, citizen science has become really advanced. There are actually a lot of different amateur scientists, amateur astronomers finding out things that other scientists were not able to find. Like, for example, the second ever interstellar comet, the so-called Comet Borisov, was also found by an amateur scientist. And even the famous dimming Tabby star was technically discovered by citizen scientists as well. It became prominent once the researcher picked it up and actually started analyzing it, but it was originally discovered by amateur astronomers. And although previous analysis only focused on 1 to 4 GHz, now we have data going all the way to 12 GHz of radio communication, allowing more different frequencies to be analyzed for potential communication. Now this is kind of what we use here on Earth as well. These are very common frequencies for satellites, for example. Also, as you probably know, your Wi-Fi works at 2.4 to 5 GHz range. So all of these frequencies are technically what we would call Schelling points as well. But even though the main purpose is to find aliens or alien communication, this data can also be used to find different anomalies that might be out there and could help us explain phenomena we don't really understand just yet. For example, FRBs, fast radio bursts. And what's really interesting here is that up until I guess about 5 to 10 years ago, we had the opposite problem. We had a lot of people interested in SETI. SETI was actually really popular. I had it running on several computers trying to analyze data as well. But as time went on, we kind of reversed the situation. Now we have a lot of data coming in, but unfortunately not enough people interested in analyzing the data, or just not enough researchers interested in the idea of looking for extraterrestrial intelligence to begin with. And honestly, I think it's because of the TV show known as X-Files that was very popular approximately 20 years ago, and then as the TV show sort of disappeared, so did the interest. Nevertheless, because the data is freely available, I expect a lot of people to join in at some point, and we already have several papers coming out even within only a few days after the data was released. And interestingly, well, right now we haven't really found anything. This particular study you can find in the description below as well, analyzed the stars located in the so-called Earth Transit Zone. Essentially, these are the stars that would be able to see Earth transiting in front of the Sun which would allow aliens to see our planet Earth in the same way that we see other exoplanets and discover them using telescopes like Kepler. And by analyzing frequencies between about 3 to about 8 GHz, they've unfortunately identified only one potential candidate for some sort of a communication that could have been from aliens. But upon further analysis, it turns out it was from an Earth-based satellite and not from aliens. In other words, nothing was discovered from this particular study, and unfortunately we'll have to keep looking. And one of the main reasons why Earth Transit Zone is so important for us in looking for potential extraterrestrial communication is because of, once again, these so-called channeling points. This is literally what we're doing here on Earth. We're looking for these exoplanets and then trying to see if anyone is talking to us. And so if aliens are doing the same, and are actually thinking the same way we are, they would also be trying to communicate with potential planets that they can see transiting in front of their stars. And so unfortunately, as of today, none of the breakthrough listen data has discovered anything, but we've only scratched the surface here. We've only analyzed a very small amount of frequencies and stars. With such a tremendous amount of data that's been released though, there's a lot of things we can still discover, even if it's not aliens. We could still maybe discover some unusual phenomenon we've never really known about before. And the good news is that SETI itself is also adding a lot of new components to various available telescopes, which will allow us to collect even more data during regular observation missions. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll be able to collect so much data that we'll definitely need a lot more researchers or even amateur scientists like you, possibly looking through data and trying to discover something out there. And just like with so many things in science, this could be discovered by a completely regular person using the data that's openly available. In other words, this could definitely be you. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today I wanted to talk about a very interesting study I recently discovered that tries to answer two questions. First, it tries to redefine the Kardashev scale, the scale of extraterrestrial intelligence, and also it tries to answer the so-called Fermi Paradox, and it does a pretty good job at doing both. So let's talk about this, and welcome to What the Math. So the biggest question, one of the biggest questions at least, is of course, where is everyone? Where are all the aliens? This is the sort of nutshell of the so-called Fermi Paradox. There are so many different stars, so many different planetary systems, there are so many different potentials for extraterrestrial intelligence to exist, and we sort of think that it should be everywhere. But we haven't found anything, and we have not heard anything. Every possible detection of aliens so far, specifically previous detections like radio signals and other signals that we couldn't explain, have all been sort of naturally explained today. So for example, some of the first unexplained signals from objects that were really bright and also from objects that were very periodical were either quasars or pulsars. And more recently, a lot of other unexplained signals turn out to be so-called fast radio bursts, which have also been more recently explained. So the mystery is sort of there, we haven't really found anything, but we expect aliens to be everywhere, at least mathematically speaking. And theoretically, we also even define aliens in different scales. The so-called Kardashev scale is the best such example, although there are other scales that also do a similar job to this. In this scale, there are three major types of civilizations. Type 1 civilization, also known as a planetary civilization, is able to use the entire energy of the planet. According to this definition, humans are slowly getting there. We're not there yet, but we're about to be there. Type 2 civilization would be a solar system or a star system civilization that's capable of using the entire energy of the solar system and also create these huge mega projects, such as for example the famous Dyson sphere that surrounds the typical star and collects as much energy from it as possible. You might already know the story of the so-called Tabby star, also known as KIC 8462852. This particular star was exhibiting unusual dimming patterns, and one of the more dramatic explanations of this was that maybe an alien civilization built a Dyson sphere around it, and we were just observing the patterns of the Dyson rings passing in front of the star. But since then, we were also able to explain all of this naturally. So these so-called Type 2 civilizations should not really be that difficult to see because of all of these mega projects they would be sort of creating around the galaxy. And lastly, there is the Type 3 civilization, the galactic civilization that's able to control the entire galaxy and essentially produce projects that are even bigger than the Dyson sphere itself. So for example, maybe these would be projects around ultramassive and supermassive black holes in the center of galaxies, or maybe these would be projects that would actually cover the entire galaxy as well. Interestingly, one of the more unusual explanations for these so-called galactic voids, or these really unusual empty spaces in between galaxies, were in regards to these galactic civilizations creating these huge projects, galaxy-wide projects, that would basically make the entire galaxy invisible. Now, that since then has been disproven mostly because the voids are actually formed by the galactic streams, and we've seen quite a lot of galactic streams and observed them using various telescopes, so it's not really a necessary explanation anymore. In other words, these voids form naturally. But nevertheless, it's a pretty interesting concept, and I guess some scientists were pretty excited to think about it that way when we discovered that there were these really large voids in the middle of the universe. In more mathematic terms, these civilization types can also be defined by the amount of energy they can actually produce using, for example, a planet, a star, or a galaxy. And in case of humans, we're not really there yet, but we're getting there. But here's the thing. The Kardashev scale, along with very similar other scales that have been produced over the past few decades, can all be defined as quantity-based scales. They're based on the idea that as we advance, we start making more, bigger, stronger, and more energy-demanding machines, tools, and so on. So the idea here is that what we're observing today, the advances in technology, will be continuing, and so our actual energy needs will increase as well. The major implication being that we go from having spacecrafts, for example, to having more and more complex space stations, to having actual colonies on planets, and eventually this starts encompassing the entire planet, then the entire solar system, and then the entire galaxy. It's somewhat interesting, but it is somewhat primitive, based on an assumption that as we evolve and become more advanced, our tools grow with us and become more advanced as well. So in other words, it's basically all based on quantity and tools and the actual power that they consume. With the major concept here being manipulation by humans and the tools that we use. But these scales ignore one major dimension, the dimension of quality. Quality meaning that you don't really need to have more, bigger, and stronger things to evolve. You also need to have better things. And not just better things, you also have to become better yourself. The idea here is that as we actually learn to create better and bigger tools, we also start learning on how to become better ourselves and how to assimilate ourselves better with our surroundings. This is the so-called qualitative approach. The approach proposed by the scientists behind this paper. And in short, it can be defined as our need to improve ourselves in order to integrate better with the universe around us, because that's what they believe is important for a more advanced civilization. And here we don't just focus on building bigger, better, and stronger tools, we also start doing this to ourselves as well. We start modifying ourselves to fit with our new environment and to become better at adapting to new environments as well. But this is just the beginning, and this is just the start of the so-called transformation for a more advanced alien species to become one with the environment. For example, in the last 10 years or so, we've advanced the so-called CRISPR genetic modification to the point where we can now easily modify any gene in any organism. And all of this came as a result of studying the genetic materials inside ancient bacteria and realizing that they were using these genetic modifications by themselves as well. So now we're actually learning something from these bacteria and trying to apply them to life around us. The other assumption here comes from the idea that as humans, we're far from being perfect in our own environment. So for example, the fact that we all need clothes and different types of clothes depending on the environment is already enough to show us that we're not really evolved to survive in certain environments. In most cases, we depend way too much on various tools for us to survive in various environments. And if we were to move to other planets and try to survive there, or even moons like for example Titan, we would need to have even more advanced tools and even more advanced protection in order for us to just survive on those objects, not even thrive, not even become more efficient. Not to mention that even our brain has evolved to the point where it's inefficient in the current modern environment. We're unable to function in these really large groups of people that we have around us today, and we also are very limited by the computations and the calculations that our brains can do based on all of the information provided by the environment. So taking all of these and some other facts into consideration, the scientists behind this study decided to propose a slightly different, or technically much different, classification of different alien intelligences and the levels of alien advancement, which at the same time manages to answer the most important question, the Fermi Paradox. And here we have 4 different classes. Class 0 are animals. They use the environment as is and they don't try to modify anything. Class 1 are humans. We modify the environment, we can make clothes, we can create buildings, we can create all sorts of tools. But other than the use of tools and the modification of the environment, we do not really modify ourselves almost at all. And then we have Class 2, which is when we start modifying the genes or other biological concepts in order for us to try to fit better into the environment. In a sense, we're sort of getting there. And at least in the last 10 years or so, we've already kind of slowly started to learn how to modify life around us and of course ourselves as well. Although currently most of the laws around the world prohibit us from directly modifying human genome. So we still have a lot to go and a lot to learn about before we can start modifying our own genes. And lastly, there is the Class 3 civilization. And this is when we entirely merge with the environment around us, creating the conditions where we can actually start turning that matter into living, functioning, and thinking matter, or the complete and total merging with the environment around us, allowing us to, well, utilize everything as efficiently as possible. And these 4 classes describe what we might be going through and why we don't actually see any aliens out there really well. So first of all, this totally removes the need for this assumption that we need to start building and keep building bigger and bigger tools, that we need to have these large objects that encompass the entire planet, encompass the entire star, for us to be considered a more advanced civilization. And at the same time, the fact that we expect other civilizations to produce a lot of energy and emit so much energy that we can see it from everywhere is also incorrect. An advanced civilization would produce practically no residual heat, it would produce nothing that we can actually observe from anywhere, simply because of the fact that they should be completely integrated with their environment and waste no energy, waste nothing. This is the assumption in this particular study, and it makes a lot of sense. Which of course means that the complexity of a civilization really should not depend on the amount of available energy or the energy produced or the energy we can detect. The signals, the radio communications, whatever else the civilization is using to communicate would be invisible to us simply because it would be extremely efficient. And all of these civilizations could definitely exist everywhere in the universe, everywhere in our own galaxy, and even be completely right next to us, and we might not even be seeing them because, first of all, we don't really know what to look for, and second of all, they would be indistinguishable from their natural environment, and to us they might even look like just regular matter, but we would have no idea that it's actually alien life we're looking at, and not just any alien life, super intelligent alien life. And if these civilizations become so advanced, does it even need to have these advanced structures, megastructures, all of these crazy ideas that we proposed for an advanced civilization to have? Especially if it advances to the point where it can easily manipulate the environment around itself using extremely efficient methods without the need for any megastructures. And if so, well, first of all, it means that the SETI mission that we have, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, is definitely going to fail. We're not going to be able to find a more advanced civilization by making the same assumption that we currently see with ourselves, that we need to have bigger and better tools. We're not going to be finding any Dyson spheres out there. But secondly, this also provides an excellent solution to the Fermi Paradox. The reason we're not seeing anything out there is because that's by design. The implication behind the study is that the complexity does not mean that you're easier to detect. It does not mean you need megastructures, it just means you become almost indistinguishable from the background. And because currently our interaction with the universe is very different from what this advanced civilization would be doing, we don't even know what to look for. It's almost impossible for us to imagine what we should be looking for and what we can possibly discover somewhere out there. Which is of course what the famous Arthur C. Clarke was proposing as well. To quote him directly, "Any advanced extraterrestrial intelligence will be indistinguishable from nature." Which is an excellent solution to Fermi Paradox and an excellent solution to, well, I guess seeing where we might be headed as well, assuming of course we survive for a few thousand years or so. And so according to this paper, based on our own biases and seeing how we've advanced throughout the last few hundreds of years, we kind of assume that this is what everyone and everything in the universe does as well. but it might be completely wrong because there is no evidence anywhere out there, and so far using this assumption, Fermi Paradox has been unfortunately unresolved. Whereas this qualitative approach does seem to provide some answers to why we're not seeing anything and where we're actually headed. And unfortunately, this also means that we're probably not going to be seeing any technosignatures anytime soon. But it also means that at some point we're going to stop separating the natural and the artificial. Everything is going to become one, assuming that we progress as the scientists in this paper speculate. But for now, I guess we're just going to keep looking and keep studying the nature around us and try to discover how to become better ourselves, because it does look like this is probably the way that we should be advancing as well. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to continue our discussion of the so-called Fermi Paradox, the paradox of not seeing anyone out there, any other intelligent extraterrestrial life. And today we're going to discuss a new paper that seems to find yet another solution to the Fermi Paradox by proposing the reworking of the so-called Drake equation, the famous equation that tries to calculate how many potential extraterrestrial intelligences there should be in the vicinity. So let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Math. There have actually been quite a lot of versions of the so-called Drake equation in the last few decades, and a lot of them do come up with very different results. But most of the time the results suggest that there should be actual civilizations around us, or at least somewhere in the galaxy. But every once in a while we do have to rework the equation simply because we collect more data in regards to various exoplanets out there. As of 2020, we've discovered over 4,000 different exoplanets, and we now have a pretty good picture of how many different types of planets there are, and also what kind of stars usually have these terrestrial planets, and how many of these stars do often have terrestrial planets in the habitable zone of their planet. And using a lot of the modern data, the scientists behind this paper proposed that there should be around 36 different so-called SETIs, communicating extraterrestrial intelligences in the Milky Way galaxy. But why do they think so? How did they come up with this? And most importantly, why can't we hear them? A lot of their ideas are based on the modern understanding of the galactic formation and the formation of stars in different galaxies. Most importantly, it involves the idea of metallicity. Metallicity in astronomy refers to, well, pretty much everything except for hydrogen and helium. Hydrogen and helium are non-metals, whereas everything else is considered to be metals. It's a very strange name, but that's kind of how it works. The thing is, today we know that planetary formation depends on metallicity. The more metallic the star is, the more likely it's going to have terrestrial planets and even other planets orbiting around it. Stars that are low in metallicity will either have gas giants or might not even have any planets at all. And when it comes to metallicity in galaxies, today we even have this term known as the galactic habitable zone. Essentially, in a typical galaxy, we think that the inner part of the galaxy is not really habitable. First of all, it has low metallicity, second of all, it's usually very active and has a lot of different flares going on, usually from the black hole itself. And most of the stars on the outskirts are the only areas where we can actually possibly find terrestrial planets capable of supporting life. So in order for us to find life somewhere, we need to be looking at areas of high metallicity and probably away from the black hole itself. All of this kind of comes into consideration when trying to work out this new Drake equation, the 2020 edition of Drake equation. And for this particular study, they took what we know about planet Earth to try to discover similar other locations somewhere in the galaxy where obviously similar conditions could lead to other life, similar to the one we have on Earth. In other words, they are looking at stars that are about 5 billion years old, or anywhere from 4 to 5 billion years old, and they're also looking at stars where habitable zones and metallicity are very similar to the ones in our own solar system. So basically, what the scientists behind this paper are trying to discover are the replicas of the solar system in our own galaxy. But there are actually a few more important features in this new formula that weren't really present in other ones. One of them is in regards to how long it takes for life to evolve on a similar planet, and here they try to keep it very similar to planet Earth. But the other one is in regards to how long a civilization can last. basically how long it takes for a civilization to survive and to stay technologically advanced before potentially going extinct. And this is really the important part here, because the scientists behind this paper make a very important assumption that it's very likely that many civilizations do go extinct. But before they go extinct, they make an assumption that an average civilization will have at least 100 years of communication using very similar devices to what we have here, or basically electromagnetic communication, using radio waves to communicate with the rest of the world, and of course the rest of the galaxy. So in other words, they make assumption that somewhere out there are similar species to humans that are trying to reach out and are trying to search for extraterrestrial intelligence, living on planets very similar to planet Earth, around stars similar to our own sun. And one of their more strict assumptions here is that their planet has to be about 4.5 to 5.5 billion years old, and they're also in a very similar stage of advancement and in a very similar stage of their intelligence to humans. So if we take all of these numbers into consideration, we actually come up with a number that's about 36, with the lowest number being 4, the highest being over 200. And if all of them are equally distributed across the galaxy, this also means that the nearest such civilization to us is going to be at a distance of about 17,000 light years away, with the closest distance potentially being 7,000 light years. And this is of course where we have our resolution of the Fermi Paradox. First of all, the number of active communicating civilizations will directly depend on how long they're able to communicate for. If on average a civilization is only able to send radio signals for about 100 years, we will probably find an average of about 36 active civilizations in the galaxy right now. However, if it's, let's say, 1,000 years, this number will go up to a few thousand civilizations. So this really depends on how long the civilization is capable of, well, essentially surviving. And this is kind of where we also come to a very important conclusion from all of this. Because we don't seem to detect anything right now, it suggests two things. Either that, well, basically we're alone, or that civilizations don't seem to survive for a very long time. They don't seem to survive long enough to transmit messages for really long periods of time. Because we're not finding any active civilizations in our galaxy right now, it's a really bad sign. It just means that we might not really have a long-term existence in this galaxy. And so this could actually indicate our eventual fate as a species, as an intelligent, communicating species able to create these messages that travel across really vast distances. However, it doesn't mean that we're going to be going extinct anytime soon. Even according to the most optimistic calculations here, the closest such communicating extraterrestrial intelligence to us would be about 1,030 light years away from us. This is the best case scenario. That's actually double the distance to the famous Betelgeuse. And if so, that also means that it will take us about 2,000 years or so to establish an active two-way communication. And that's just not practical right now. However, for this best case scenario, if the average life of a typical civilization is less than 1,030 years, the average separation between stars becomes much too great for any communication to actually happen. In other words, the neighboring civilizations will never be aware of each other before going extinct. And one of the major explanations here is that, well, maybe if a civilization develops the technology to communicate over really large distances, it's also kind of related to technology that can also then sort of extinguish the species itself. In this case, what you're looking at right here, the rocket, was originally an ICBM. It was meant to be a destructive tool that would cause huge nuclear explosions across very vast distances, and it's really lucky for us that we were able to develop this destructive technology and create something useful out of it, and maybe some other civilizations were not as lucky. Maybe they actually ended up destroying themselves completely. But this is basically just one of the many explanations for why civilizations that develop communication might also be able to accidentally destroy themselves. And so this so far suggests that even though it's very unlikely that there are these really long-living civilizations that communicate for many thousands and even millions of years, it's quite likely, or it's quite possible, that civilizations with much shorter civilization lifespan might be all over the place. There could be up to 1,000 of them in our galaxy alone. But the assumption here is that life develops always the same. It's always very similar to how it developed on Earth, and it also always leads to the same advanced civilization that wants to communicate with the rest of the galaxy. These are really big assumptions. We don't really know if that's true. And even though technically a civilization can extend its life by moving to another planet, like for example, if we as humans somehow manage to move to Mars one day, we might be able to extend our existence a little bit as well. At least that's the assumption here. But the scientists in this paper speculate that even this might not really prolong the existence of a civilization long enough for the interstellar communication to occur and for one of the civilizations to be able to hear another. So the resolution to the Fermi Paradox here is that we're just really far away from one another. And just to give you a comparison here, over the last few decades, the entire SETI search has only scratched the surface here. If we were to consider the entire galaxy to be the oceans of planet Earth, over the past few decades we've only seen the equivalent of this tiny tank of about 8,000 liters. So basically, we have only sneaked a peek at the entire galaxy. We've barely seen anything and we've barely had time to look around us. And this is mostly because of the limits of the speed of light. But I guess the saddest discovery in this particular paper is that, well, it seems like unless we manage to survive for thousands and thousands of years and be able to communicate for so long, it's unlikely that we're ever going to hear anyone, at least mathematically speaking. In other words, this paper suggests that search for extraterrestrial intelligence will very likely fail. But nevertheless, there are a few really interesting discoveries in this paper that are sort of promising. For example, the scientists in this paper suggest that there could be tens or even hundreds of billions of different planets that do have primitive life, or life that's not really trying to communicate with anything, but just trying to survive somewhere out there. And we do have a very high chance of finding it if we keep looking, and also if we try to become an interstellar species and land somewhere out there on another planet. At the same time, they suggest that the peak of life in the galaxy, or basically when there was most civilizations out there that were able to communicate, was roughly around 5 billion years ago. In other words, we currently live in the times when there's actually a decline of these active civilizations, and it's probably going to be following even more in the future. So essentially, we could be one of the later species out there, assuming of course that all of the life everywhere forms in a very similar way. They also calculate that we would need approximately 3,060 years to discover any extraterrestrial intelligence using a program similar to SETI, and the same would be true for other civilizations as well. So basically, if there are species out there looking for others, it would take them roughly around 3,000 years to discover someone else out there. And to be able to communicate with them, they would probably need even more. But one of the more important discoveries here is that, let's just say that we don't discover any extraterrestrial intelligence within about 7,000 light years away from us. This is a really important discovery because it means one of two things. It implies that the lifetime of a typical communicating civilization is less than 2,000 years. We've only started doing this, so ours is only about 100 years, so we do have at least 1,900 years to go. However, that also means that at some point we might be able to go extinct, as many other civilizations have done so in the past. But the second assumption here is that life on Earth, and life in general, is just extremely rare, and life on Earth is indeed unique and does not automatically form on other similar objects. This is a really important assumption as well because right now we don't really know if life is even possible on other objects, other moons, other planets. And discovering it somewhere out there might definitely give us a hint on what's going to happen in the next few thousands of years. In other words, this search for extraterrestrial intelligence is actually sort of like us trying to determine what's going to happen to ourselves in the next few hundreds and thousands of years. Are we going to be able to survive this, or are we going to go extinct like dinosaurs? And this of course also implies that the so-called Type 3 life, or artificial life that was created by the original creators, might also not exist. So even though some of us do dream of living forever and possibly even transferring our intelligence into something else and thus prolonging our lives indefinitely, it might not actually be possible, assuming that this is what everyone else does in the galaxy, because once again there doesn't seem to be anyone out there. And if these unusual species, these immortal robots existed, then we'd definitely hear at least a few of them trying to communicate with someone. And that's unfortunately not what we've been seeing so far. And so even though this paper does suggest that our search will eventually fail and that we're not going to be able to find anyone, and also that there's a big chance that we might not also survive ourselves, it is, in a sense, a very important message. It's a message that we need to be aware of our own existence and aware of the potential for our own demise. It's really important for us to understand that if this is indeed what's happening around the galaxy, there might be a chance for at least one civilization to prevent its own disappearance. And this could be us. Maybe we could be the first civilization out there to outlive our own potential destruction and to become, basically, the first ever Type 3 life. Civilization that does last for a very, very long time. But right now, all of this is of course just speculations based on mathematics and based on our observations of lack of everyone or anyone out there. And if you'd like to learn about another very interesting view of Fermi Paradox and how it can be resolved, check out the previous video I made where I talk a little bit more about how civilizations might progress in a different direction. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing the idea of extraterrestrial intelligence and the possibility of such intelligence existing somewhere out there in our galaxy. And all of this is going to be based on another study I discovered recently that, as always, you can find in the description below. But also, before I start, I really wanted to talk about this. You probably know by now that I'm not the one to usually do any kind of a promotion, but in this case, I wanted to make an exception. This absolutely wonderful science fiction novel by my friend Petrov from Brisbane, Australia, captures the essence of what we're going to be talking about today really well. And it's actually based on hypothetical questions that were asked by several astrophysicists and several science fiction writers a few years ago. This actually all started on Twitter, as always. Most of these things usually start on Twitter. And a lot of these questions were in regards to the famous Oumuamua, trying to essentially figure out if this was indeed some sort of an extraterrestrial probe, or some sort of an extraterrestrial vessel, or if it was just a comet, as a lot of scientists believed. And so, without spoiling too much, Wherever Seeds May Fly explores this idea really well, and to the extent that I've never actually seen anyone do before. The book already has some stellar reviews and it's actually super fun. Anyway, so what exactly are we actually talking about today? And how does this all relate to Oumuamua and extraterrestrial intelligence? Well, a few months ago, this interesting paper came out that essentially used statistical analysis to estimate the amount of potential civilizations out there in the galaxy, but did so using several major assumptions. The biggest assumption actually being something that might help us resolve the famous Fermi Paradox. You know, that paradox that started by this person right here, Enrico Fermi, who was one of the scientists working on the Manhattan Project, which resulted in the creation of a nuclear bomb. I remember reading the story, and basically the scientists working on the project once in a while had these philosophical discussions. And one day Fermi looked up into the skies, pointed up, and said, "So where is everyone?" That question has still not been answered. We still don't really understand why we're not actually seeing any other extraterrestrial civilization trying to communicate with us, trying to travel across different stars, and essentially having battles in outer space. Where is everybody indeed? And to try to come up with an answer for this non-existence of alien intelligence in outer space, at least us not seeing anything, the authors here take a very important assumption. All civilizations have a tendency to eventually self-destruct or self-annihilate. And whether it's because of some sort of a dramatic climatic change, because of some sort of a dramatic cataclysmical event that destroys the planet, or because this civilization reaches the point where it basically destroys itself, maybe because of the advances in technology, maybe because of some sort of a crazy AI, for some unknown reason. In other words, the main premise here is that all civilizations end the same. They end. We just don't really know when and how long it takes. And based on this premise of self-annihilation, the scientists then try to calculate how many possibilities we have for having civilizations out there right now, when the best time was for civilizations to exist in the galaxy, and also where exactly we would be most likely to find more civilizations, and thus possibly hear their communications as well. And some of the assumptions that had to be made in this study include, of course, the idea of the prevalence of Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars, in this case G-type stars, the prevalence of some really cataclysmic and potentially deadly events such as supernova happening nearby, the probability and also the time required for civilization to develop just enough to be able to produce radio emissions and communication, But also there had to be a numerical value for the tendency of all civilizations to eventually destroy themselves even if the conditions are absolutely perfect. And so this is kind of similar to the concept we have here on the planet in regards to empires. All empires eventually fall. And because of all of these assumptions, this is still a very hypothetical approach. And so assuming that life does indeed arise on various Earth-like planets around G-type stars, and also eventually does have a tendency to become somewhat intelligent and possibly even start communicating, this paper establishes very interesting parameters for when and where civilizations most likely existed the most in our galaxy. Roughly summarized in this image from the paper you can find in the description. According to the scientists, the most likely place to find the most civilizations even right now is actually somewhere in between planet Earth, or between the solar system and the center of the galaxy. What you're seeing being pointed at, that's basically the solar system. It's about 25,000 light years away from the center. Somewhere in the middle, right around the point of about 13,000 light years away from the center, that region right there has the highest probability of having the most Earth-like planets with G-type stars according to these scientists. But possibly not currently. The scientists believe that this was very likely the case about 5 billion years ago. In other words, 8 billion years after the creation of the universe, or possibly about a few 100 million years before Earth and the Sun were created. That's when that particular region in between Earth and the center had the highest number of galactic civilizations capable of interstellar communication and possibly even knew of each other's existence. But with the universe now being 5 billion years older, and with us being on the outskirts of the galaxy, that's when the chance of finding another civilization becomes much lower. According to the scientists here, we're basically like a frontier civilization, and we also sort of arrived to the party kind of late. In other words, a lot of civilizations that might have existed have long perished, with the highest number still being clustered around the same area around 13,000 light years away from the center, or about 12,000 light years away toward the center, toward this region you see right here in this beautiful time-lapse. But because this is a relatively far distance, it's about 12,000 light years away from us, it will be almost impossible for either one of the civilizations to know we exist or for us to know they still exist. And also, if they do exist, they're probably just really young, or might not even exist yet. So in other words, even though the chance for their existence is higher in the middle of the galaxy, some of them might not have advanced enough to be able to communicate. But I guess another important implication from all of this is the fact that as the universe ages, and as stars become older and older, the chance for an advanced civilization to become self-aware and to start to communicate, or to basically even reach the point where we are, is going to become even less and less prominent. So with time, with billions of years, there's going to be even less civilizations and even fewer possibilities for an advanced civilization to exist somewhere in the galaxy, with all eventually reaching the point where either something happens to their planet or they self-annihilate. And even if we make an assumption that Star Trek was correct and eventually humans will reach a point where we're basically just nice to each other and everything just works well and we get to travel across the universe, or in other words, if the chance for self-destruction is extremely low, statistically speaking from this paper, it still means that the majority of galactic civilizations have long perished for one reason or another. It's just been too long, 5 billion years. And any civilization that's still in existence today is probably still too young to do anything important or to be able to reach other stars or communicate with other species. And so essentially the Fermi Paradox here is answered with the idea that any civilization that still exists out there is just too young. It's not able to do anything that we expect an advanced civilization to do. And any Star Trek-like species able to travel across the universe has long perished for one reason or another. Another interesting discovery out of this paper suggests that the number of civilizations is currently still increasing, but in about 6 billion years or about 20 billion years after the creation of the universe, we're going to reach a kind of a balance where suddenly we're going to start having less civilizations forming and thus less opportunities for other civilizations to meet each other. And after this period, more civilizations are going to start dying out, suggesting that the chance for first contact is going to decrease even more. But here, it's also important to understand that the study is based on a lot of different assumptions. So obviously take this with a grain of salt. First of all, the assumption here was that the civilizations like ours, or really for this matter, any reasonable galactic civilizations, can only form on Earth-like planets around G-type stars. For example, one of the assumptions was that about 11% of Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars will receive enough radiation to form liquid water and to thus allow life to exist. But one of the previous studies I discussed on the channel does mention that one of the reasons we have life on Earth is actually purely due to luck. And the video for this is somewhere right there. Anyway, so that's one assumption, but there are so many others. Like for example, one of the events that they consider to be a sterilizing event are supernova. But today we know that so many other events might have happened in our galaxy where they could have been sterilizing as well. One good example especially of potential civilizations close to the center of the galaxy are the super powerful events coming from the central black hole that created the Fermi bubbles. Whatever this was, it was so powerful that it might have sterilized a lot of galactic civilizations living in the area a few billion years ago. And so even though in this study the implication is that where we're located is actually kind of rare for galactic civilizations, a lot of other similar studies, especially ones touching on the idea of a lot of really powerful events happening near the center of the galaxy, imply quite the opposite. They imply that we got lucky by being so far from the center. And so in that sense, it's important to see this particular study as a kind of a best case scenario. A lot of things could have gone wrong for many different civilizations if they existed, which also implies that Earth and by extension the humanity itself might have got super lucky being where we are today. And also according to the scientists in the paper, in the best case scenario, the oldest civilization in the galaxy right now is about 500 million years old. But that's if nothing bad ever happened in the galaxy to that particular civilization. Now this of course would imply that that particular civilization would have a chance to, for example, launch something like a stellar sail or some kind of a probe to try to explore other parts of the galaxy, and maybe, just maybe, the mysterious Oumuamua might have been one of these probes. But on the other hand, depending on how long the object traveled across the galaxy, the implications from this paper suggest that the original civilization is probably long gone. With the main conclusion in the paper being the fact that if civilizations exist out there, they're probably just as young as ours. They're probably super curious about the life outside of their own planet, they're probably also curious to find other civilizations, but at the same time, they also have a propensity for self-destruction, kinda like humans. And so in that sense, maybe we'll hear from them one day, but chances are, at least according to this paper, based on our location, based on the age of the universe, we might actually never hear from anyone ever. And so for all we know, maybe all civilizations end up sending these extraterrestrial probes and then sort of self-annihilating for one reason or another. But just like in a lot of science fiction books, it doesn't mean that all civilizations are going to end up the same. Maybe, just maybe, at least one civilization out there is going to break the cycle.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton and welcome to M13. This is a globular cluster roughly around 21,000 light years away from us, and this is the destination for the so-called Arecibo message. The binary message that was sent to this cluster roughly around 45 years ago and designed by the super famous Frank Drake, who by the way is still alive and was also the co-founder along with Carl Sagan of the so-called SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute. And in this video, what I wanted to focus on are these two historical examples for when we were almost absolutely certain that we just heard aliens. In other words, the first few attempts at discovering something that appeared to be extraterrestrial. Let's talk about this and welcome to What the Math. 45 years ago, when the message to M13 was sent, we realized how difficult and how extremely power-consuming such events were. We had to figure out how to create a very powerful and very precise way of communicating information over really far distances. Now, we don't really expect to get any information back because of the light travel limitations. Obviously, by the time that the message gets here, it's going to be 21,000 years later, and if we ever get anything back, it will probably take just as long. Anyway, so there were a few cases though, back in the day, specifically a few decades ago, when the scientists looked into the night skies and realized that, okay, this is very peculiar, something is definitely happening here. Now, I'm not really talking about these so-called one-time events. Like, for example, the most famous here would be the wow signal we received back in 1977, and it was really unusual in that it seemed like some sort of a communication, but because we could never really trace its origin, a lot of people also assumed that it may have come from Earth. So these signals, although appear alien, or possibly could be extraterrestrial, we can't really explain right now. In that sense, this is not really what I'm talking about. But there were at least 2 cases, or actually even 3 cases, when scientists really thought it was aliens. And the first such discovery happened in the early 60s, specifically in around 1963, when one of the universities in California was looking at the night skies and suddenly detected an extremely interesting and really bright radio transmission from one of the regions of the night skies, and it was something that we've never really seen before. It was exceptionally bright, it was also very powerful, and didn't really appear to be like anything we've known already. Now, previously, a few years before that, scientists have already discovered these so-called quasars. These extremely powerful galaxies with very powerful and extremely active black holes in the middle that would actually emit radio signals and would often emit a lot of other frequencies that could potentially create a very similar signal. But this one here was unusual in that it was so extremely powerful. And the famous scientist Nikolai Kardashev, who's also famous for proposing various scales of civilizations, specifically scale 1, where the civilization learns to control the planet, scale 2, when the civilization learns to control the solar system, and finally scale 3, when the civilization learns to control the entire galaxy, proposed that what we were looking at, or possibly looking at, was the example of the so-called scale 3 civilization. Essentially, an extremely advanced alien species that was able to somehow control the galaxy and produce a lot of radio communications. Well, turns out that it only took about 2 years for another scientist, also a Russian scientist, to propose a completely reasonable explanation to what we were looking at, because he realized that this particular object was actually changing its luminosity in a very natural and somewhat unpredictable manner. In other words, it was very likely not an artificial object. And what we were looking at was an example of what's known as a blazar. So, kind of like a quasar, and also kind of like a radio galaxy, but it's like literally looking directly at the stream pointed at you. So imagine if we were to find a relatively active galaxy, and in the middle of this active galaxy, there was a black hole producing very powerful astrophysical jets with a lot of various frequencies, including of course radio signals, inside of them. But we weren't looking at this from the side like you see here, we were literally looking at it from the perspective where the entire jet is pointed at you. So kind of like this, I guess. And today we refer to these objects as blazars. They're literally just like quasars and just like radio galaxies, but from a completely different and somewhat rare perspective. This perspective right here. But what's more unusual about this particular blazar is that it just so happens to be a lot more active than other blazars or other quasars out there, and it also seems to be producing more luminosity than any other object we know. At some point in 2016, what we were observing was literally the brightest object in the night skies, or at least the brightest blazar. And so as we were looking at the stream of the blazar now known as CTA-102, it suddenly increased in luminosity by something like 250 times. And this happened quite a few times. There were a few flares we've already detected, because this has been studied very thoroughly in the last few years. And today we know that there are quite a lot of these objects out there, and many of them are relatively far away from us, but nevertheless produce enough energy to be seen from really far away distances. Here we're talking about a distance of several billion light years. And our current estimates put the distance to this blazar at around 8 billion light years away from Earth. So that is pretty far, but the fact that we're able to see it and it's really bright is kind of impressive. So this was the first time the scientists kind of officially thought it was aliens, but the second time only happened a few years later. And only 2 years later, after we realized that CTA-102 was not aliens, this wonderful scientist from Ireland, who later worked in Cambridge, discovered something else somewhat unusual. This is Jocelyn Bell, and back in 1967 she was working at the Cambridge University Interplanetary Scintillation Array. This is sort of what it looked like. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore because it has been long since refurbished and moved somewhere else. But essentially it allowed Jocelyn Bell, this is her in 1967, to detect radio signals from various locations in the night skies. And this is exactly what she did. This is actually the photo that was taken of the detection, but what they discovered was an unusual repetitive pattern coming from a specific location in the night skies. And it was actually a radio signal. So what you're hearing right now is the signal repeating every 1.33 seconds. It's a signal that is still out there. You can actually technically listen to it if you have a radio antenna. And this is what was detected by Jocelyn Bell in November of '67. Even though originally they named this signal LGM, which stood for Little Green Man, LGM-1 as a matter of fact, because it was the first such signal detected, this was more of a joke than reality. Neither Jocelyn nor her colleagues believed that this was actually aliens. And to try to disprove that this was aliens, they decided to look around more to look for similar signals. And just like they suspected, they started seeing more and more of these. As a matter of fact, as of 2017, this is the map of the night skies of these unusual radio signals that we've been detecting pretty much everywhere. And even amateur astronomers using antenna like the one you see on the screen right here were able to hear these and even discover things that other astronomers couldn't. I personally have not tried this myself yet, but I am going to one day because I actually do have a tool necessary for this, which is actually this dongle right here. This is 20 bucks on Amazon and it allows you to connect an antenna and then interpret signals using your computer. That's actually my future plans for possibly next summer when I'm going to try to make this myself as well. But what exactly are these signals? What are we looking at? Well, you've probably guessed by now that these are pulsars. These are very, very powerful neutron stars that are emitting signals to us from every single direction. I've talked about pulsars many times on the channel, and there's also another video where I explain the difference between pulsars and quasars, but the idea here is that pulsars, like the one that you see here, this is the first ever discovered, are really, really massive neutron stars. They are neutron stars that have a partner from whom they're stealing quite a lot of mass, which is then converted into energy, and some of this energy is radio signals that we're receiving from Earth. And the thing about pulsars is that their signals are exceptionally repetitive. So repetitive and so unique for each pulsar that we've also been kind of thinking of using these as navigation beacons, or even time tracking devices. The actual pulsations in each of the pulsars are so precise that they're technically more accurate than the atomic clocks we use today to keep track of time. And so there have been a lot of suggestions on basically trying to find a way to keep track of time using pulsars instead of using atomic clocks. But anyway, so these unusual objects were discovered back in '67, and it didn't take long for us to try to determine what they were. The most famous pulsar to study as an amateur astronomer or even the more professional astronomer, and actually the one that we've studied the most, is this right here. This is the so-called Vela pulsar, and many amateur astronomers have been able to track this very accurately using their homemade antenna. For the most part, if you were to try to look at the pulsars in the night skies, this is kind of what you would see, although usually you would not really see visual light as much, but you would definitely see other emissions including gamma rays, X-rays, and of course radio waves. And pulsars, and of course neutron stars in general, are today some of the most exciting subjects to study in astronomy because there are so many secrets that they helped us discover, including of course allowing us to understand gravitational waves a little bit better. But anyway, we'll talk more about this in some of the future videos. For now, that's really it. Hopefully you now know a little bit more about the signals we've discovered over the years and the 2 times we thought it was aliens, but really weren't. We'll talk more about the extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, and of course, various astronomical discoveries that changed the world in some of the future videos, so do subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something else. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.